stress. 1,000 ships gonna sail me back from distress. Wish you were here, I'm a wounded satellite. I need you now, put me back together, make me right. I picture your face with the back of my eyes, a fire in the attic, a proof of the prize. Anomaly, anomaly, anomaly. I'll call your name up into the air. Now one of the others could ever compare. Anomaly, anomaly. Wait, there is a light, there is a fire, illuminated out of fate, or something better. I could care less, just stay with me a while. Wait, there is a light, there is a fire, deep from the drink, the out of fate, or something better. I could care less, just stay with me a while. Picture your face with the back of my eyes, a fire in the attic, proof of the prize. Anomaly, anomaly, anomaly. I'm calling your name up into the air. Not one of the others could ever compare. Anomaly,
Oh my god, hi friends. Dog Toy, hello. Trinity, hi. Lovely to see you. Hi. That was Animali by Incubus. I do quite enjoy Incubus. Jedi episodes, so we get the Sunblade, a legally distinct saber made of light. I do have a mace made of light, so it's the next best thing. All right, we're going back to it, back to the game. Oh boy, I want to know what happens. Where were we last time? Okay, so we were in that like inn area. We got attacked. They kidnapped a kid. We need to get to Moonrise Towers. And I was having a conversation with my older brother who has played this game to its completion, because I have been looking for Karlach for, not Karlach, I have Karlach, an infernal engineer to help fix Karlach's heart, which I am supposed to be able to find here, but I have not found him. And I'm wondering now, is he like it straight up like not like here, or I have to wait for everything to load in? Also, I made another discovery. We can spec. Oh wait, hang on. Oh, you takes out my items? Oh shit, I didn't know that. I made another discovery. How much money do I have? I have no money. All right, that's fine. Gonna lurk for a small bit. I still need breakfast. Absolutely. Have a good breakfast. Good morning. Enjoy your breakfast. I also literally just finished breakfast. It is still morning over here for me. Way better than some dummy whip lightsaber. Oh yeah. Especially because this mace lets me shoot a giant laser beam. which is kind of sick. What was I gonna do? Yeah, we can spec off of Wizard because I made a discovery that Oathbreaker Paladins actually gain the ability to do like actual straight up necromancy at level 9. Laser beam or moonbeam? It's more like a sunbeam. Yeah, it's literally called sunbeam. But it looks like a laser, so I'm calling it a laser. We can get out of here. Wait, do I have Karlach with me?
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around.
Laser! I should have loaded this up earlier. This is gonna take me a minute. Oh, I completely forgot I gave you some of these items. Damn, I forgot. We're kind of stacked, right? Because this trader has like great shit.
That's one way of looking at it.
I wish we had
You could also say it's a prime target, the one pocket of light in the gloom.
Up my volume.
Thy name is Shadowheart. You're not wrong, though. Best we keep our sojourn here to a minimum.
On my way. Place gives me the creeps.
Yes, this is a problem right here. Who's Damon?
Thing of use?
Oh my. Are you the NPC I'm looking for? Oh, because if so, this guy died. He died fighting the giant ooze. Infernal engine. I got a tree. Hi, squirrel. It's a glizzy. Thank you. Good morning, squirrel. Howdy do. Fuck, it is this guy. Oh no. Okay, oh no, that's really bad. We might have to load back like way farther back. How far back are we loading? We might have to redo a decent chunk. Morning, just working like usual. Sounds good, homie. Get that bread. Shit. Oh man, this means I have to redo all the trading I did? Oh, fuck. How far back was that? Can you revivify? I've got scroll of revivify. Oh fuck, I just hit the Windows key. Stop. Take me back. I do not have scroll of revivify. Oh god damn it, I just hit the Windows key again! I keep intending to hit Alt. Okay, can't revivify him with a scroll. There should be a way to revive NPCs. I kind of highly doubt that it's not possible. Hang on. Do I have anything paladin like that can help here? I should have access to revivify as a paladin, no? Might be a high level paladin. I might need to respec back. I mean, shit. At least if I'm redoing all the trading, I can get my money back for to respec. Oh no. Shadowheart, do you have revivify? You do. It's not prepared though. Hang on. And for reference, that's 3 hours back. That's kind of rough. Kind of rough. Although to be fair, I think like a good like hour and a half of that was just be at the trader. Revivify? Damon? Fuck. What an awful start.
Your queen, Vlaakith. What tales of her reach us are terrifying. I suppose that's not how you would describe her.
Vlaakith is unity, fear and beauty, life and unlife. Eyes like onyx, teeth like daggers. There is none more perfect.
Sounds vile. I assume the meaning of perfect was lost in translation.
How much farther?
Okay. I believe this autosave is from when I first arrived at the inn. Thank God for autosaves. Yeah, from what I see, there's a mod to do it cheatsy. Otherwise, I don't think it's possible. That's insane. You can't revive NPCs. All right. Well, on the bright side, I know at least what I'm getting. Right? God, I have no memory of. I've got no memory of what I've given to everyone. All right, you had this. Had this.
Well, well, well.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Lion's Heart. Okay, yeah, I would have to redo the fight in here with all the imps. Oh god, I'd have to redo the conversation with the devil, redo the conversation with the druid, redo the conversation with the cleric, redo the trading, and fucking kill this ox again. Great. Just great.
Something to ask.
Aha! Thought I sensed an infernal. What are you doing here?
Same thing as you, I reckon. Trying to stay out of the shadows. Hold on. I know you. The weaponsmith, right? Drafted into the Blood War when your city was swallowed by Avernus. Not too different from my own story. Well done making it out alive.
Same to you. Though unless my senses deceive me, you brought a bit of the hells back with you. Infernal engine?
Who needs a heart when you've got one of these to keep you warm? Thank you, Zariel.
Forget warm. You're burning up. Might be burning out a piston ring. Or leaking oil. Mind if I take a listen?
Please do. I've been dying to find an infernal mechanic.
You can necromancer revive. I don't think people take too kindly to that. True.
Now that's hot. Too hot. I think I could sort you out. But I'll need some infernal iron and a lot of luck.
I've got infernal iron. Yeah, I think it's back in my camp. Yeah.
Fuck yes, we will.
Sure. Meantime, if you need to stock up, everything I have is available.
Ooh, and you're a traitor. Ooh, and you're a traitor. Sword of life stealing. Okay, this is actually great. This is actually. Oh my god. Wait, hold on. You actually sell like armor. You're a weaponsmith or a blacksmith. Whoa, this is kind of sick. Okay. It's actually great to know. Fantastic to know. Ooh, a halberd. Oh my god, but it kills your brain. Sword of clutching umbra. Ensnaring strike. Scimitar. Oh. Charge-bound warhammer. I'll come back.
Shout if you need anything else.
I'll come back. Great. Looks like I'm doing 2 shopping runs. A true hero sacrificing a shopping trip to save a life. I love Karlach, so of course I'm gonna do this for her. She's not only just a great character, but also has a very important role in this party.
Moving in.
As being one of the top damage dealers. The game rewards good deeds for going back in time. You get additional trader out of it too. Oh yeah, I get an additional trader out of it, and I was slightly spoiled. Right here it is. He has the ability to convert my infernal iron into like really good items. I'm a fan of anyone in this universe who survives the Blood War. Seems like quite a deal going
How
on.
fares the search?
Found the infernal iron.
Please let this work.
The weight of it. And that blaze of chaos. Can't imagine this where my heart should be. Must be quite the experience. Give me just a moment. And I think... There. You'll have to install it, I'm afraid. I don't think there are thick enough gloves in all the realms to protect from that kind of heat.
That feels good. I'm still burning hot as hell's hole, but I feel less changeable. Cheers, mate.
Pleasure. And as for the heat, I haven't got any solutions now, but I'm not giving up. Could be if the combustion chamber had its own insulation, or if we had some kind of enchanted coolant. Let me sleep on it. I just might be able to work something out. Hopefully the next time I see you, I'll have something promising to report. I'll need more infernal iron either way, though, so keep your eyes open. Take care.
He just started beating on it for a few seconds. He's a marvel, literally surpassing the gods of a forge. Oh yeah, he really did just whack it a shit ton of times with a hammer and said, "Here you go, just press this against your chest. It's fine. This'll fix you." Magic.
Damon's upgrade didn't cool me down, but it did juice me up. I don't think I've ever felt more powerful.
We'll find more infernal iron and get you that second upgrade too.
Sooner rather than later would be good. I feel like I'm burning serious fuel.
I just remembered up ahead in the chat with the demon and the child, I passed like a level. I had to pass a speech check that was a 20 in requirement, and I hit a nat 20. I would have to roll for that again. I think I used like 2 inspirations on that. It's fine. I still have a shit ton. Will you be all right?
Oh, fuck yes. I'm ready to burn all night. Speaking of, I could eat a giant badger. Is it almost time for dinner?
Great character. Base Boost Wolf. Hi. Hi. Hi, Beast. Ah, woo woo. Ah, woo 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 woo. Ah, woo woo woo. Super advanced, highly intricate machinery needs work done. Bang, bang, bang. 3 seconds later, that should fix her up. Yep. Just this mechanical contraption from another plane of existence that fuels an entire living being. Just smack up some metal a few times and you'll be fine.
Don't wander far. We need to talk.
Ah, woo, wah, wah. Ah, wah, wah, wah. Ah, woo. Thank you for the head pats. Ah, woo, friends. Alright, well, we have to go through all this again.
Please, be welcome. Have a drink.
A drink.
My gods. To your very good health.
Oh, I didn't kill the ooze. I'll do that in a second. I'll do different dialogue options this time. You'll have to pardon my friend Karlach. She's very excited to meet you.
Yeah. I mean, it's an honor, milady.
I will gladly drink to your health as well, Karlach.
How far are you into Baldur's Gate now? I just reached. I just hit. I just hit Act 2. I also there was an NPC I really needed to talk to that apparently died. It was very important, so I had to reset. So I just had to reload about 3 hours back. So I'm redoing like about 3 hours worth of things. Although, really, most of that is just the heavy amounts of trading that I'm gonna have to do in about an hour and a half. And there's a fight coming up ahead. But first I need to talk to a bunch of people. And then I'll be back to where I was. But it's worth it though, because that NPC is critical. Smell the wine. Medicine check. I passed.
You perceive a faint hint of cloth grass, a herb that is said to elicit the truth. Jaheira smiles at you knowingly.
It doesn't spoil the taste, if that's what you're wondering.
Oh, I'm gonna miss these wizard dialogue options. Because I also made the discovery that I could safely spec off of Necromancy Wizard, because Oathbreaker Paladin gets their own innate. Oh my god! I have to get ready. I have to get ready. I have to get ready. Oh my god! Let's go. Hi. Gifts out of the way. How was oh, let me give you a shout out. I'm guessing you were playing Elden Ring, doing some more of the DLC. There we go. Friendos, if you are not aware of Lethragar, what are you doing? Hi friends. Oh my gosh, we have so many people here. Cammy Fox, hi. Frankie Donkey, hello. Hyena Snacks, I see you. Cure, I see you. Devil Terra, Miss Respawn, or Mrs. Respawn. Let's see here. Arc Coffee Mancer, hello. How are the Shadowlands? Ooh, the Shadowlands, they're going great. Going real great. Oh yeah, we beat the first boss. We beat the one boss that was kicking me in the shin for 3 hours straight. Oof. Oh yeah, that's that Elden Ring experience right there. Orange color scheme, good taste. Thank you. I'm quite a big fan of it myself.
I'm ordering a pizza. You guys want anything?
SpongeBob is ordering a pizza. Would anyone like anything? I'm a simple pepperoni enjoyer myself. But hi everyone. I am Blue Skull Dog, variety stream. Oh, I'm like a half variety streamer. Really to soda. Really, it's mostly just been Baldur's Gate 3 and Helldivers 2. I just made it to Act 2. I'm in the inn in the Shadowlands.
You want a toy?
Yes, I want a toy. I'm dead now. And I'm back. You can't kill a skull dog. I'm imbued with the power of necromancy. Ooh, a treat. Cookie. Thank you. Hate to raid and run, but I gotta eat and lay down. Looking at the ceiling for a few hours. Absolutely, homie. Go get some post-stream care and rest. Get some food, some noms, and rest up. And thank you again for the raid. So, where was that? Yeah, so I just made it to an inn in Baldur's Gate. We're in a place called the Shadowlands, where it's all spooky and evil, surrounded by dark magic. Have a good one, Lou. Thank you. You have a great rest of your night as well. Oh, the sombrero fell. And I got a treat. I think I ate it like immediately. I'm just so impatient. I love treats. The inn is protected by a funny Fortnite wall. It does kind of look like the ring from Fortnite. Yeah, we're speaking to this nice druid lady who has given us entry. So truth be told, I've done this. I'm being killed. Little do you know how I am immortal, for I will rise again. Oh, I'm a lion mode. I revived as a feline. Rawr. I'm a kitty now. I have bappers. Where was I? Yes. Oh, sombrero. No, don't leave. No. There. Stay. Yeah. Now I am El Gato. The limbs flailing. Blue Lion, so cute. Thank you. I love Blue Lion. Blue Lion is very cute. Where was I? Yeah, so I had to start the stream reloading one of my saves 3 hours back into the past because I'd discovered that an NPC that I really needed to help me was dead. So I reloaded my save. I have to do some NPC talking. I have to do some wait, which NPC? Damon, the Infernal Engine mechanic. He died fighting the I didn't kill him. There's like an evil ooze creature in the barn that's disguised as a cow. That killed Damon. I didn't know Damon was important until today. So I had to reload my save back to when Damon was alive. I also have to go back there and kill the ooze again. But I'm gonna do that when I'm done talking to this lady. What else? Yeah, so I have to. There's a couple of NPC talking things that I need to do. I need to do some trading. And there's also a fight up ahead that I have to do, and then we'll like kind of be considered like done with this like area again. So that's kind of where I am now. Let's see here. He's gonna go save them next. Lou. I'm evil ooze, but not Cal. I'm glad you're not Cal. Although I told you he was important. Did you? I have no memory of this. Gotta go make it into a steak. Yeah, I'm gonna go beat the crap out of it later. Let's see. Alright, okay, so we found out that this druid lady has put truth-speaking herbs into our wine, but I trust her, so I'm gonna drink it anyway.
Bottoms up.
Yeah, I said there was a
Well, over
blacksmith
century
too.
old, and yet it hasn't lost a hint of flavor. Still not quite so sure about you, though. People tend to lose more than just flavor when illithids get their hands on them. I speak from experience. There's an air about you. Something alien. Answer me true and do not lie. The parasite is changing you, isn't it?
Yeah, so there was a blacksmith tiefling you could probably talk to. I was looking for the blacksmith tiefling. I knew he was here. I just didn't know that it was that guy that died in the fight. Oh, to be fair, when we were fighting, he was taking care of the cows, so I thought he was like a stable hand. I didn't think he was a blacksmith because he wasn't at like his like blacksmith station. That's probably why I didn't recognize him. Yes, the parasite is giving me powers I've never seen before. Also, I have a parasite in my head. It's giving me powers I've never had before. It's changing me for the better.
Look around you. Good men, good women. Stranded here, 2 feet in the grave. If we're to survive, I have no choice but to trust you. Can I?
You can trust me.
Good. Because I'll cross your heart myself if you break it. I have every reason to be cautious. I've traced people like you. People with parasites in their brains. All the way here from Baldur's Gate. The cult of the Absolute is spreading through the city. Quietly, quickly, and with unsettling deliberation. We tracked them to this ancient village, only to be faced with a man we killed and buried over a century ago.
Yeah, the blacksmith station that was 2 feet away. He wasn't at the station though. It's fine. It's okay with doing this over again. I'm just giving you a hard time. At least you went back to save him. Of course, I needed to save Karlach. I fucking love Karlach. I said this before and I'll say it again. Like, not only like a fantastic character, like dialogue and like just like in general, but also just like a critical component of our team as like being like a very important damage dealer. And she's cool. Sounds like necromancy's at play.
It seems likely, which means he isn't working alone. He was a Sharan once. Took to building an army of dark justiciars beneath this very village. Alongside the local druids, we made it our business to see him deposed, dead and buried. But he's returned. Not only does General Ketherick Thorn live again, it seems he is no longer mortal. He has become, in fact, invincible. We met him on the road here, commanding an army of the Absolute, intent on destroying Baldur's Gate. I put an arrow through his eye myself, only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter. He healed right in front of me and chased us into the shadows. Things looked hopeless. But experience has taught me that no matter how bleak things look, there's always hope. You are that hope.
If we discover the source of his immortality, the potential is endless. Actually, no, that sounds like I want to take the immortality for myself. Do I want to be immortal? I'm already a paladin. And I'm kind of half necromancy. I won't do that. What do you have in mind?
Protected by your artifact, you can infiltrate his forces at Moonrise Towers, posing as a true soul. Find out what it is that makes him invincible, so we can strip him of his advantage. Once Ketheric is without his shield, the sword. Together, we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight.
Ketheric's days are numbered. I'll make sure of it.
Without a cure for your infection, your days are numbered too. Yet you selflessly offer to spend them fighting alongside us. I like you. I promise I will do everything I can to make sure you survive this. Any cure starts with understanding the disease. Whatever magic Ketheric's using to control these tadpoles, it must be at Moonrise. Until then, we keep drinking wine when we meet.
How do I reach him? The tower's just surrounded by shadows.
You're not our only secret weapon. Isobel, a faithful cleric of Selûne, and a light in the darkness. She cast the moon shield around the inn. It's the only reason we're still alive. She's upstairs in her chambers. Tell her I sent you, and she'll see you through the shadows safely.
Alright. I need to speak to you.
You're all right. Thank goodness. I was worried they'd got you too.
I see some familiar faces, but where's everyone else?
You don't know. Stars above. We were ambushed out in the darkness by cultists. We surrendered. But that wasn't enough for them. They lined us up like dogs. Asherak was with the kids, telling them it was going to be all right. Maybe that's why they picked him. Told him to kneel. They took his eyes first, then his tongue.
I'm so sorry.
It just never stops. Some of us fought back. Or tried to. But it was hopeless. All I could do was run.
What, running was the right call?
That means a lot, coming from you. You always seem to take everything in your stride. How do you do it? How do you keep going?
Just take it one step at a time.
You make it sound so easy. But I'll try. You've done so much for us already. But I have to ask. The others might still be out there. If they're not dead, they're in Moonrise. And gods have mercy on anyone in that hell's pit.
I'll find them. I have to rescue like 7 people from Moonrise anyway.
Just be careful up there, all right? I can't handle anyone else dying.
Damn, I get a lot of inspiration points here. Alright, I need to talk to Raphael, then I need to talk to Barkus, then I need to talk to the people in here, and then we go upstairs and talk to the cleric. You devil son of a bitch!
Your move, Maul.
You trapped me? I didn't even want to take this one.
Kalimshan rules, dear. The first piece touched is the first piece moved.
That's garbage. No matter where the night goes, I'm gonna lose it.
Then make the sacrifice useful. Guard your Mistra, or come for my Cyric.
What's going on here?
Look who made it. For once, I saved your butt out there, didn't I? We're square now, Chief. Say, do you play Lance Ball by any chance? It's my first time playing.
The keen gleam in Maul's eyes reveals the lie. She knows the game well, and she wants to win.
What did I do before? I did the wizard dialogue. He set up a clever little trap, but his Cyric looks rather open, don't you think?
My, the Thescan double counter gambit. Vicious. Exactly what I would have done.
How's that for Kalimshan rules?
Brava. Lovely work. I see I was right to make you the offer I did. You will consider it, won't you? What a lovely specimen she is. A blushing apple begging to be plucked.
Please let me smack this creep.
The Thescan move suggestion was inspired. I had no idea you played.
Go back to hell. I'll like you.
Hell is wherever I take it. I just call it hope. Remember? But don't you worry about Maul. It goes without saying she still has the unconditional freedom to choose the only option she has left. Besides, I do enjoy being in this neighborhood again. It has such a rich history of abject tragedy. And tragedy, my friend, well, there's my bread and bloody butter.
Just stay away from Maul. You hear? Or I'll kill you.
She won. She has a taste for it now. She'll be the one who comes to me. But enough about my lesser pursuits. Why bother with trifles when I'm in the illustrious presence of my very favorite client? Tell me, oh apple of my eye, how have you been? You don't have any gills to get green around yet, but you do look a little worse for wear in this light.
Leave me alone, Hellspawn.
All in good time, dear. See you soon.
Will, anything to say?
A blushing apple begging to be plucked? Raphael's angling for the girl's soul.
Maul's an abstain one. If she's a mind to team up with Raphael, there's no changing it.
She's stubborn, yes. Bold as a lamb cavorting in a lion's den. But as ambitious as she is, Maul's no fool. One way or another, she'll see there's no winning Raphael's game, and she'll walk away.
For her sake, I'm hoping you're right.
You've seen what happens when a bound soul reaches for freedom. I can't imagine what cruel penance Maul would pay if she were ever to resist that fell bastard.
Let's see. Barkus. This dialogue, I'm gonna skip ahead. Long story short, he's here to help. He's an expert at bomb making. He's gonna make us a bomb for the mission. And he doesn't need any help because he's on the case. And I have a potion. Where is it? Do I not have it on? I should have a potion of animal speaking. And I could talk to his cat. Where's your cat? I want to talk to your cat. Your cat is adorable. Bombs? Yes, bombs.
Hiss. I say hiss.
I love this guy. Easy, kitty. I mean you no harm.
And yet you harm me by your very presence. This is my territory, and you're in it.
Barkus is permitted, and I am not.
Precisely.
My intentions are pure. I only wanted to admire you up close.
I'll allow it.
How did you come to this place?
I slinked, of course.
Amazing. You... Originally he wasn't supposed to be bald, but people got so used to him being bald that when Larian fixed him, people asked for him to be bald again. I like that. I like that. I like that he's like a pompous bald cat. It's adorable. And now I'm a cat. Meow. Meow. You seem like someone who knows what he's about. Heard anything interesting around here?
Good of you to notice. For my part, I have noticed the cleric is a liar. She promised me a bit of milk. Do you see any milk, do you? Nor do I. Disgraceful.
Quietly admire the cat.
You've had enough. Now go. Quickly. Yes.
And his name is His Majesty. I love him. Keyline Y. Hi. 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 Hello. I'm a lion. Yes. Lulu Skulldog. Snappable Possum. Boosty. Hello. Basewood Bard. Hi. Hello. Howdy do. I missed the raid because nasty meetings, but hope you are doing good. I am. Thank you. I got a treat. What's the treat? It's an apple. Wow. Thank you. Talk to the cows.
It's toasty in here.
What do you have to say?
Glad to see you made it. I am. Indeed I am.
Glad to see you made it too.
I remember you from the Grove with the Druid. I hoped to see you again. And now I have.
How'd you make it through the shadows?
On the double. One hoof quickly following the other.
I like him. I like this ox. This is a good ox. Strange ox. I don't like you.
No. Incapable.
I need to play this game just for Speak with Animals. It's amazing. I love it so much. Oh my god. I have a dog in my camp who's so cute. And I can speak to him and he's adorable. Incapable of what?
Not for you to know.
Persuasion.
Well, come close. Your mind to mine. Are you satisfied?
Those are the least bovine thoughts I've ever seen. What are you really?
Keep quiet, and you won't have to find out.
Whatever you are, you're coming out of hiding now.
All I wanted was a bit of hay, a good brushing, and a clean stall. The simple life. Is that so much to ask?
And he turns into an ooze. Alright. I forgot. What are you resistant to? Resistant to slashing. Okay, well, that's unfortunate because we have a lot of slashing here. Karlach, arrow! Karlach, arrow! Karlach, in turn! Actually, wait, no. Go back.
My turn.
Use pommel.
Well, well. Look what we have here.
Miss, move away.
On the victor's path,
Who is this? Will?
finding my way.
Eldritch Blast! Oh, I can brand the weak on you. Oh, shit. In this case, yes. Make you weak to slashing.
Talk to me.
And now you can slash the shit out of him.
Time to meet your maker.
I said slash the shit out of him, and you missed. Alright. End your turn.
Can't stay idle.
I'm gonna Searing Strike. Ooh. Do Divine. There we go.
Ugh. Just when I think I've seen it all. At least it's dead now.
Right, you have a hat and a ring.
Light on my feet.
Good items to sell. Good items to sell. Okay, finished over there, finished over here. Gotta go up, gotta go into the room. And then we speak to the druid. Hello.
But she doesn't care if the Grand Duke lives.
I need a quick word.
I wouldn't go that far. He still won't speak. Just keeps going with the bloody song.
Nothing of use on his person.
His original writ of duty, signed by Eltan himself. Fella must be one of the very first Flaming Fist.
He must know something. Let's not give up on him yet.
Floric.
Hells. I know that voice. Will? In Timora's name, what happened to you?
The Hells have had their vengeance, and I doubt they are done with me.
Ye gods. Fate has no shortage of troubles to burden us with. I don't suppose you found a way into the towers?
Not yet.
I trust you will do everything you can to free the Duke. But in case you don't find a way, I'll be heading to Baldur's Gate to seek reinforcements. The Council sent a carrier pigeon with news that the city has been dealing with absolutist attacks. The Steel Watch is holding strong. I'll request that Lord Gortash send some of them to aid in the fight against Moonrise. The curse won't harm them.
Holy shit. That's my old boss. The guy who sold me to Zariel.
Gortash, as in Enver Gortash. Last I knew, he was a minor player in city affairs.
A lot's changed since you left Baldur's Gate, Will. Gortash has gained considerable influence since then.
Dropping at Tilted Towers. How do you expect to reach Baldur's Gate?
I half expect to die trying, but I prefer that to standing on the sidelines while you risk everything. My role here is limited. I can be put to better use convincing the Council to send reinforcements to help rescue the Duke. With the Steel Watch at our backs, We can storm the tower, whatever Ketherick throws at us. I'm sure of it. I'll do my best, but there's every chance I'll fall to the curse or the cult before I reach the city. Don't count on me and assume no aid is coming. Work with Jaheira. That Harper's mind is as sharp as her blade. Follow her guidance. Farewell. We'll meet again, God's willing.
And there's this guy.
Flame color. That's your name, isn't it? Art color? I'm Fistula.
Nathaniel and me climbing up a tree.
We need you, sir. One of our own's been taken, a Grand Duke. You might know something that could help us bring him back. We found him out in the shadows, just wandering. Nothing survives out there for long. Don't know how he made it, or where he came from.
This is no physical ailment. It is a spiritual malaise. The man's mind has been gripped by the Shadowfell, yet it has not broken.
You mentioned Nathaniel. Who's that?
No idea, I'm afraid. Whoever it is must be someone important to him. He's been saying the same thing over and over, ever since we found him.
Let me have a look at him.
If you know how to get through to him, don't hesitate.
Medicine check. I fucking. I'm gonna not use my inspiration.
You notice nothing that might indicate a prognosis.
Arcana check. I need to use guidance. And I still failed.
You can't determine the nature of his ailment.
Okay, well, this is not going good. I can detect thoughts on you. Detect thoughts! Oh, thank God, I at least passed something.
Nathaniel.
Repeat what you heard in his mind, Nathaniel.
We are living. We are dead. Two of us safe to the end.
Without a reminder of who he is, of what he held dear, his mind will remain lost to the darkness.
Investigation.
His fingertips sport calluses and toughened skin, as if from manual labor, or playing a stringed instrument, perhaps.
Did you check for personal effects?
This was in his pocket. He doesn't seem to have any reaction to it now, but he held on to it for 100 years anyway.
Slaps him across the face. Do you know where you are?
If he does, he isn't sane.
Okay.
Some parchment there. Looks official.
Let me read this note real quick. Right, I read this already.
At the House of Healing. Wonder what he found.
House of Healing. Karlach?
So Gortash is a lord now. I'd like to clap eyes on this steel watch of his. You already know the story. I was Gortash's bodyguard, loyal as they come, when he made the deal with Zariel. She got a test subject for her infernal engine. I never found out what he got. This is the kind of man who gets a title. Authority. Makes me sick.
We'll make him answer for what he did to you as soon as we get to the city.
The city. Baldur's Gate. Home. I can almost taste it, you know. Not even Gortash can spoil that.
Alright. I do wonder, how did she get that helmet on with the spiral horns like that? You know, you are not the first person to ask. And that is a great question. Oh, Mole, I need to talk to you.
Nice strategy back there. If we put our heads together, I bet you and me could make a tidy stack of coin in Baldur's Gate. But Raphael's offered me a partnership already, and it seems like a sweeter deal than throwing my lot in with you.
No, kid. No.
You know, maybe she takes the helmet off in the same way that furries put on pants. It's like, well, how does the tail pop out, you know? Maybe there's horn holes we don't see. The world may never know. Wizard persuasion. You're literally talking to a devil.
You aren't joking. I kind of believe him more now than I did a minute ago.
I think furry pants are backwards. But then what if they need to pee? Although I guess that would still work. So then would like a button and zipper are on the butt. So then would pants be would pants be like symmetrical in that case? Like both sides would have pockets, a button and a zipper? That could be interesting. I can see that being the case. Yeah, probably. Not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Although I can't imagine you would want a zipper anywhere near your fuzzy tail. I feel like that's kind of a recipe for disaster. Maybe someone can come up with like a string that like fastens itself. Paladin, you need to believe it yourself, not the literal devil.
Zevlor had belief. Didn't get him anywhere good. Besides, Raphael wasn't promising anything stupid. Protection for me and my kids, that's all. Not that it's any of your business. I'm not poking my nose into whatever trade you made with him.
Great, I feel the insight. Well, that'd be loot if you put it on backwards with a big hole in with a hole big enough for your fuzzy tail. I can see it being inconvenient for people with like small tails like deer. Although I guess in that case, would they make pants per species, or would they make pants like per tail size? Kind of like how we have like pants sizes like in real life. For big tail furries, you get little satchels for the tail. Yes, tail satchels go hard. I agree. Good idea. I'm not judging, Mole, only curious about the details.
Safe passage to Baldur's Gate. Safe from everyone. Like Zev was supposed to do. Look, you saved us. Not knocking that. But after you left, Zevlor lost his nerve. Gave up the fight. I won't. Now there's no grove, no coin, no one taking us to the city. I'm not letting my crew get eaten by shadows. Maybe I'll make a deal, maybe I won't. But it'll be my choice, not the devil's, and not yours.
Karlach?
One of the worst things about getting old. Watching kids make the same exact mistakes you made. And knowing there's absolutely nothing you can say to change their mind. Then again, Mol's a hell of a lot smarter than I was at that age. Maybe she'll figure it out.
She will. She's clever. Frighteningly so.
True enough. She'll go far in the city. We've just got to get her there safely.
Mm-hmm. Anything else I'm missing here? No, now it's just the druid. I mean the cleric. They probably just have suspenders that sit loosely below your waistline. We're just gonna have to wait until science makes furries real, and we'll see what works best IRL. Either production for tails and hats are high because of all the different types of species, or every furry learns to sew as a tailor. I'm telling you right now, I'm too dumb to learn how to sew. I don't know about that. I'm a little clumsy. Pants and hats, not tails. Ads. I'll give it a second. In the meantime, let me see what I've got here. Right, okay, so just swapping out all the trash. Okay, on the bright side, because I've done all the trading before, I won't have to spend too long of time that I did with the trader last time. I return. Welcome. You know how in Back to the Future they scrunch up? Oh, the smart shoes? Yeah. Maybe it's something like that. It's actually super loose and the holes are massive until you click a button and it shoops down to size. If we're living in like a fantasy world, kind of like this, then I can see that absolutely being the case. But it's not even, it doesn't even have to be like a mechanical thing. It could just be like magic pants. 100%. In One Piece, they have that on their shoes on the future island. Oh, I don't know anything about One Piece. And this is the part where someone says like, oh, I'm surprised they haven't made the Back to the Future shoes real. I 100% agree. Bro, you know how awesome that would be? Just like in pants form. I wouldn't have to ever like stress about the size of my pants ever again. I'd just be like, oh, click the button. All right, it's good. Almost nobody knows anything about the One Piece, not since Whitebeard died. Rip. Okay, that I do know. The most I know about One Piece is I watched the live action Netflix series, and I actually thoroughly enjoyed it. And I have an older brother who's like caught up on the anime. Like he's like really into One Piece.
I didn't realize I had an audience. The true soul who's going to save us all. I'm Isabel. Pleased to meet you.
You know, live action One Piece was legit. I loved it too. Oh yeah, I liked it a lot. I'm very excited to see where it goes. And you, I heard you're the protector of this inn, the Banisher of Shadows.
Myself and Our Lady are doing what we can to hold the line. I hear you and your tadpole will be our offense. Free from the Absolute's influence, yet able to walk among cultists. It's almost too good to be true. But I'd be a poor cleric indeed not to avail of a blessing when I see one. Let me guess. Jaheira sent you to beg a protection spell off her favorite cleric.
Sick.
Perfect. It'll make you.
Fuck, I didn't short rest. Will has no spell slots.
Which will get you closer to the towers.
That's fine. I literally did this fight art before with no spell slots. I guess I'll just do it again.
Darkness, though, where the curse is strongest. This lantern should, though.
Anything else I should know before I head off?
Ketheric is a frightening man. But you have something he doesn't. Allies worth having. While you're busy in the towers, I'll be sure to... Wait. Do you hear that? Something's wrong.
Oh no, poor Will. It's fine. He has Eldritch Blast. Literally, out of anyone here who could have none of their resources, it's fine that it's Will.
Hello, Isabel.
Marcus, is that you? What's happened to you?
I've been blessed. You can be too. Come with me, and you can hear all about it from Ketheric himself.
Do you know this guy?
He's a flaming fist. Or was. Came with the others when we created this haven.
And I thank you for your hospitality. True soul, my instructions are clear. Take the girl to Ketheric, alive.
Wisdom, probe his thoughts for information. Guidance. And I still fucking failed? Inspiration. Is that a nat 20? Nice.
A haunting face swims into your mind's eye, its instructions vivid in your mind. Nothing is more important than bringing the girl alive.
What's going on? If you have something to say, say it.
Does wings look sickly? Furry OCs have way better wings. Oh yeah, this guy clearly does not take care of his wings. He needs to learn how to properly preen himself. Marcus is trying to kidnap you, Isabel. We're gonna have to fight our way out of this one.
Pathetic. The Absolute sees all. Your treachery will be punished.
The Absolute. Of course. You can't believe them, Marcus. Ketheric will never give you whatever it is you've been promised.
He already has. Time to go, Isabel.
Moon Maiden, guide my hand.
All right, now we beat the shit out of him. Okay, last time there was someone crying for help. I still hear it. Is that Mole? The kid? Yeah. You can hear Mole begging for help in the first few rounds of the fight. I'm assuming it's because she's on the roof. Last time I was too late to help her, so I need a beeline to the roof immediately. That is assuming I can actually help her, and it's not actually just like some bullshit. Karlach? Are you actually on the roof, or is that just flavored dialogue? No. Fuck. Then why can I hear her? Great. All right. Well, now Karlach's not here for the fight. What's her name? Mole. M-O-L.
Covered.
Innkeeper's key. Okay, well, actually, I didn't know that there was this bird nest up here. Okay, well, that's good to know. Because all the other demons are inside the building. I don't think it's possible to save the kid. I think it is actually scripted. All right, everyone starts fighting over there. The dialogue sounds like it's coming from my head.
Make excellent fertilizer.
Oh shit, nice. Is it possible that I can just hear her? Like, telepathically? That might just be the case. Hmm. Sounds like it'd be the case. Alright. Will Eldritch Blast. Shadowheart. Where is it? Guardian of Faith. Sanctuary yourself. My turn. I need to do some high level shit. First things first, I need a Shield of Faith. Should I inflict wounds? What does level 2 inflict wounds do? 4d10. I don't know if that's worth it. Actually, that might just be the best bet that I have. I already used Sunbeam today. Alright, we'll have to do it. Alright, 19 damage. Not bad. Oh my god, she's so low. Karlach, I like actually really need you down there. Oh, wait a minute. Can you Misty Step down there? That'd be so sick if you could. Hang on. Can I angle this? Target is out of sight. It's only to places you can see. All right, well, you just gotta beat the shit out of this guy then. Maybe it's flavor stuff. Seems like they aren't even loaded onto the map at all. That's what it looks like, because I could hear her, but I can't see her. My assumption was because she was on the roof. Although I can see now that that's clearly just because it's flavor stuff, yeah. Just a teaser to pluck your heartstrings. Mm-hmm. All right, Karlach, beat the shit out of him. Damn, you did not just... Okay. Oh. Holy shit, she got knocked out. Can I not stop him? Hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, fuck. Oh, for God's sakes. Oh, was she concentrating on the spell? Yes. Oh, for fuck's sake, I have to reload.
Isabel! No! What in the nine hells happened?
So knockout and so yeah, I didn't think I would instantly lose if she got knocked out. I was still in the fight. It's because I had Karlach go to the roof, so I literally lost like a majority of my DPS. Fuck! I'm not letting that happen. God damn it. God damn it. God damn it. All right, so AMA. How you guys doing? How's everyone? What day is it today? I literally forgot. DM really said okay bye and has the NPC yoink them away. Yeah, I'm also like literally standing like right next to her. Like, are you telling me like the dude just picks her up and walks out? I'm literally fighting him. I call kind of bullshit on that one. It's Tuesday. It is like Tuesday in it, bro. It is Tuesday. Fuck me, and I have to go through all this shit again. Stop. That's fine. I'm just gonna skip through dialogue. I have been here for so long. Yeah, don't try to save the kid. Just make another with Karlach. Oh, hey yo. Right. We're doing this. Oh,
that's hot.
I'm looking for iron. Blah blah blah.
Shout if you need anything else.
I can't believe I'm doing this again. He's a pain in the ass to deal with. No, I beat the shit out of him the first time I did this. That guy was not a problem. It's just because I don't know. I have the impression of that I can save the kid. Liz, hi Liz. Hi Liz. Hi Liz. Hi Liz. He's a pain in the ass. I fun. I had everyone beat his ass. Yeah, I had, I think last time I just had a Shadowheart and Karlach focus on him. How's it going, Lou? It's going all right. Baldur's Gate things are kind of screwing me up, but it's not bad. It's not going so bad.
Pleasure.
All right.
I don't
Blah blah
think
blah.
I've ever felt more powerful.
I'm gonna skip a lot of this dialogue. Where the fuck's my potion? Kill the ox.
Not for you to know. Come, are you satisfied? Keep quiet. All I...
Where's Will? Slash the weak. Now Eldritch Blast. Hi, Liz. How are you, Liz? How are things? Hope you're doing well. Happy Tuesday. Ish bloody Tuesday in it, bruv.
This is my happy place. Want another?
Oh, great, Damon's gonna go in there. Cows doing cow things. You're stuck redoing this section over and over again. Yeah. It's okay. If there's one thing I believe in, it's third time's the charm. How much health do you have? Smite. I'm out here. About 6 skull good boy. About you. Don't know why you turned into a 6. How about you? Oh, how about you? Yeah, just playing Baldur's Gate. I'm like Snack said, I am forever stuck redoing. This is the 3rd time I've redone this bit. Thank you for the pizza.
Please. Do your very I will gladly
Skipping ahead.
as well,
A treat. Apple. Thank you. It's okay though. Oh my god, another treat. Another apple. Thank you. Oh my goodness. So many treats. I got a banana. Thank you.
It doesn't spoil the taste if that's what you're want. But well over a century
Stuffs
old,
you.
yet it hasn't lost a hint of the
I'm being
feel of the
stuffed.
little As an heir, answer me true and do not lie. The parasite is changing. Look around. If we're to survive, I have we tracked them to this ancient village. We met. You are that hope. Find out once
Hang on, hang on. I'm skipping dialogue. What is this? Banana.
Together we
I'm being
assault his
stuffed.
power and put a final end
My
to his
belly.
blight. Without and whatever. Until then, we keep the your Isabel. She's up.
Skipping dialogue. Oh, Glizzy. I like the glizzies because it's like, because the snacks cost $1.50, so it reminds me of the Costco $1.50 hot dog.
If they're not dead, they're just.
Gotta talk to this fucking guy again. I'm gonna save before I talk to the fucking cleric.
The keen gleam in Maul's eyes reveals the lie.
How's that?
Rav, you.
A treat. Oh, another Costco glizzy. Oh.
What a. The Thescan move suggestion.
You know, I could really go for an actual hot dog. I love hot
No
dogs.
idea you played. And tragedy, my friend. But tell me, oh apple of my eye, how have you been? See.
Yeah, I should really save more often. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't expect to lose that fight. I didn't expect the bullshit to happen. I saved a lot throughout Act 1, and I for some reason just haven't been saving very often.
One way or another.
Ever since I made it to the mountain pass, I just haven't.
Are you sure? The blade stands at the ready.
Oh, never mind, never mind.
An excellent choice.
Ah, you found your way.
La la la, dialogue. I love dialogue. So yeah, it's Tuesday. I had a very good breakfast this morning. I have these like cinnamon rolls that are very good. I put some peanut butter on it because I like peanut butter.
No, and pestering the craftsman won't speak.
I also had some milk. I enjoy milk. Don't forget the short rest. True.
This is my territory, and I'll allow it. I slinged good. She promised me a bit of milk. But you've had enough now, girl.
She promised me a bit of milk. I don't enjoy milk as much as I used to. I enjoy milk like a good amount. I wouldn't say I like am in love with milk, but like my old roommate used to give me looks because like I would eat like something chocolatey, right? And then I would like go get like a full like a a glass of milk because I'm like, oh, I just had like some cookies or something. I'm gonna go get a glass of milk. And I would drink the full glass of milk, and then they would stare at me and be like, I can't believe you just drank like a full glass of milk. I've never seen people just like down a tall glass of milk. I'm like, what do you mean? Do you not drink milk with chocolate? Because do you not dunk like you dunk your milk, your cookies in milk, but like does not make you like thirsty for milk? I don't know. Maybe is that like a childish thing for me? Cause like I'll down like a tall glass of milk if I'm like really like hankering for like for something to like wash down, like say like some toast with, or like I said, a cookie, or like some bread, I guess. I don't know. I used to go through a gallon every few days. Now it's like, I forgot how often I used to go through gallons. Granted, this is also like, I guess I probably also went through milk a lot faster when I used to drink chocolate milk. I used to drink chocolate milk a lot more often. I don't really drink chocolate milk that much anymore, which like is, I don't know why. I do like chocolate milk, but like back when I used to live with my roommate, maybe that's probably what scared them, is I would go through milk like very quickly because I would have it with like with as like chocolate milk. And I love chocolate milk. I like milk with pancakes. Yeah, milk with breakfast is good. I love it, especially because like I don't really drink coffee, because caffeine kind of gives me a headache. And when I do drink coffee, I drink decaf. So like I don't know. I've learned to like if I'm having like waffles or pancakes, oh yeah, I'll just have some milk with it. As you get older, you become less lactose intolerant. Less lactose tolerant, but some people get it worse than others. You lose the taste for it at your own rate. But I can't hardly drink milk at all. Oh, I 100% agree. Oh, trust me, I am incredibly lactose intolerant. But I have what's that milk? There's like that brand of milk that just has like the lactose enzyme just in it. I buy that, and it's as if I was never lactose intolerant. And I just never have to worry about it. And as it is, I almost rarely eat cheese. I'll tell you what, one thing though, as I became older, what you describe is what's happened to me with cheese. As I've gotten older, I have a much like I've grown to have a distaste for cheese. I used to eat cheese like by the cubes, you know, charcuterie style. Now I can't. I just can't. I can't stomach it. I don't enjoy the taste, obviously, because I'm lactose intolerant. It gives me a tummy ache. And it's so bizarre because like it's just like, I don't know, like no one ever like convinced me of this. I just kind of naturally just kind of became like, I had I was like, ew, with cheese. I think cheese is yucky. I think cheese kind of ruins some foods now, and I'm like, oh, you put cheese on this? Oh, great. Guess I'm not eating it. But now I don't really pair milk with sweet stuff. Maybe that's why your roommate judged you. I think it dilutes the sweetness. I guess that would depend. If some people consider like milk as like a sweet drink. Charcuterie. Harder cheese is still good. It has less lactose. I'm not a big fan of harder cheese. Like sharp cheese also, especially not a fan. So funny enough, the one cheese I like have grown, the one cheese I'm like okay with, that like I can eat like no problem, is American cheese. And this is probably like, that's kind of cheating though, because obviously American cheese isn't real cheese. But like, I don't know, like I won't be as like picky about it if there's like a slice of cheese on like a burger as compared to like if I'm just eating like straight mac and cheese. They saw you drinking so much milk knowing the demons brewing inside you. The demons grew stronger with the more milk I consumed. I love cheddar so much. I used to like cheddar a lot. Not the Kraft singles. I like Kraft singles. Like I said, that's the kind of cheese that like I like. And you know what? You can get like, they have like, at least in my supermarket, they have like Kraft singles that it's not made by Kraft. It's like pretty much Kraft singles, but it's like made by a different company. But it's imitation American cheese, which like I don't understand like the science behind that. I feel like I'm eating like void paste, because it's like, how do you make imitation American cheese? Like that sounds like a double fallacy. But I love that stuff. It's good. It just tastes like American cheese, and it doesn't give me a tummy ache. And that's kind of what that's what I eat with my burgers. If I ever like make like a burger at home, I just slap some of those on them. It's good. Cheeseburger. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I love cheeseburgers. Cheeseburgers is actually one of my favorite meals. Foods. Yes, Kraft singles are the best versions of cheese. They took the concept of cheese and elevated it to a new higher level. They ascended the cheese.
Holy A lot's changed since
I
you
love
left
it.
Baldur's Gate, Will. Gortash has gained
Good stuff though.
I'll do farewell.
I'm having bow now, bow wow. I'm having bow now, bow now, bow wow. What? What is that? I love umami flavors, like cheese. When it comes to umami, I'm more of if I'm craving like an umami kind of like snack,
This is no
I eat.
physical ailment.
No idea. I'm
They're
afraid.
like
You hear me, don't you?
I don't know if this counts as like an umami snack, but I've had like
Where, you know how to
you know those like
refrigerate.
meat sticks like fucking what are those called, like the Jack Links? Oh well, beef jerky is one thing I really like when it comes to like umami. Another thing that I usually kind of go for is like I said, like those beet sticks. Forgot what those things are for. Slim Jims. I like those. Bao with the Chinese meat buns. Oh, I know what a meat bun is. Those are good. This is probably just me, but I need my milk to be ice cold. Like it needs to be on the brink of forming ice chunks. That's... I haven't heard that take before. That's a new one. That's a new one, at least for me. Cold milk is good. I don't know about like having it have ice chunks though. I don't know about that. Although kind of hot milk is okay, but that's only if it's in the only if we're talking in the condition of it being hot chocolate. If it's like a nice hot cup of joe. So a lot of people like to make their hot chocolate with water. Fuck that. I'm a milk guy all the way. I think that's why I stopped drinking milk, because it does get cold. Because it does get cold enough. Because it doesn't get cold enough. Like it doesn't freeze. And then bow wow, because I'm a dog. Woof. Who's a good boy? Scratches behind your ear. No, not with ice chunks. Like right before it starts forming the ice. It needs to be so cold. Okay. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I understand that. Cold. But isn't milk typically cold? If anything, I would be concerned if milk is being preserved at like room temperature. Although I guess in some countries they do have like milk that you don't need to refrigerate. Like they come in like cartons. Real milk, real cocoa powder, more sugar than you'd first guess. People who make hot chocolate with water are evil. Yes. Like the fuck? Like fridge set to the coolest level. Ah, yes. And then
I notice nothing that might indicate a prognosis.
But if the milk is typically not at like a... Hang on, I need to pass this check. Oh, thank God.
Without a reminder of who he is.
This was in his pocket. If he does,
I'm not sure.
he
I
isn't
don't
sane.
know. I feel like...
His fingertips sport
Milks?
calluses and
Maybe this is just me, but I've like almost never touched like my fridge's like like the coolness setting. So like I like mentally cannot imagine like a different type of like temperature of milk that's not like hot or like its default like coldness. I don't know. I don't know.
So Gortash, this is the kind.
All right, are we done everywhere? No, I need to talk to this guy. Wait, no, did I talk to you already? No, I did talk to you already. All right. We're finally done. I feel like the one time I've ever touched like my fridge's coolness level is when I like lived in a dorm for like a year. It's just short rest. I'm gonna do that right now.
Awake and alert.
I'm gonna save.
Let's see what this does.
Yeah, just because they had in my dorm they had like the setting like right there, and I was like, oh, you can adjust the setting, and then I set it to like high, and then I just never touched it again. Right. Okay. Yeah.
The true soul who's going to save us all. I'm as my free. It won't be enough. To
I am
protect you
blessed.
and
Anything else? Blah blah blah. Then the fucking nasty guy comes in.
Marcus.
I've been blessed. You can be.
He's a.
And true soul. My instructions.
Wisdom. Can I pass this? It'd be really cool if I passed this. No, I passed this last time.
What's going on? If you have you can't believe.
Time to
combat.
Come along, Isabel.
Oh my god, he's really beating the shit out of her. It's alright, Karlach's here. Karlach's gonna do Karlach things. Right, Karlach? Alright, go get him, Karlach. Alright. What else can you do? You can do Lacerate. Do Lacerate. Do Reckless. Shadow Heart. Level 4. Guardian of Faith. Right in front of him. Stand right here and sanctuary yourself. Alright, this is gonna be the easy peasy. He needs to frame like goodness wow gross. Oh yeah, his wings are nasty. Wait, who just died? NPC. Alright, I don't care.
You'll make excellent fertilizer.
Who is this? Will? Okay. Oh god, Will, I would have you fireball, but you're like right next to me. What can you do with spell slots? Silence, Hypnotic Pattern, Chromatic Orb. Shit, all of these are AoE actually. I kind of almost didn't really need. Oh wait, no, I got Ray of Sickness. Yeah, sicken him. Yeah, he passed the save. I should have had you hold person actually. All right, that's ideas for next turn.
No time to waste. Another fight. Let's go.
Shield of Faith. I could Divine Smite you. I need to have you actually. It's actually not a good idea to Shield of Faith because I should compel duel him. Alternatively, because I need her alive. I need to heal her. Paladin time. Time to do paladin things. Damn this. Nice. A lot of damage going down. Everybody's dashing. You're dashing. He's dashing. She's dashing. 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 Dashing, dashing. Smite him for not taking care of those wings. Will do.
General Ketheric wants her alive at any cost.
All right, who's next? Karlach? Ooh, Karlach. Colossal Onslaught. Reckless. All right, big damage. What else have you got? Can I have you cleave? No. No, just do a regular attack. Frenzied strike. Oh, he's almost dead. Hey, he's dead. Easy. Like I said, Karlach literally makes or breaks this entire fight. I said this before and I'll say it again. Imperative key figure of this party. With the insane amount of damage she does, fucking ridiculous. What else can I have you do? Shadowheart, stand over here. And do some cool fucking turn undead. That's all you can do. One barbarian changes the fight so much. Karlach is best girl. Oh, 100%. Jaheira's about to die too. We need to kill everything else. I might just send Will over there to help. Yeah, she literally just changed this entire course of this fight. Alternatively, I can have Will free up the rest of the NPCs. Let's do that, actually.
Fleet of foot.
Ooh, all right. It's my turn.
Need to find a way forward.
What can I do from a distance over here? This one's 3 health, this one's 10 health. Hold. No kill. That's my movement. Like an arrow, probably. Alternatively, does compel duel have to be close? Somewhat. See, this one's already low. Who's next? Which demon? This demon. Yes, I can get them to kill the rest of them before it's the demon downstairs' turn. I will arrow. I can arrow twice. I missed. That's fine. This one's 4 health, this one's 3 health, they're fine. They won. Unless this guy literally paralyzes himself. Oh, great, she's paralyzed. Dashing! You're so dashing. Oh my god. Thank you. No, you. It's Karlach's turn. All right, Karlach, beat the shit out of him. What do you mean can't reach destination? She blocking the doorway. You can literally fit. What are you talking about? What? Fine. Fucking jump, I guess. So stupid. I love Karlach so much. I love Karlach. Where Karlach stands up in here.
On I go.
Ignis! Alright.
Another parasite. Collect it. It might be useful.
We did it. Yay.
What's in here?
Isabel, are you okay?
Isabel, are you all right?
I'm fine.
Marcus has been with us since the start. They've been tracking us this whole time. And that was no random attack. You were the target, Isabel. They know how important you are. But they don't know about you. Ketheric will strike again. We need you to strike first. Discover the source of his invulnerability. Make him mortal so we can make him bleed. Good luck.
Mm-hmm.
We're in more danger than I knew. If something happens to me,
Shoulder plate.
everyone in this inn is dead. Like that.
Marcus told Ketheric wanted you captured, not killed. I wonder why.
Why does a man like him do anything? Power, spite, some kind of twisted personal morality. I can understand why he'd want me dead. Without me keeping the curse at bay, everyone in this inn, everyone intent on killing him, is dead too. As for why he'd want to take me alive, I don't know. And I don't want to find out. Now that we have you, I hope I won't have to.
I'll kill him.
No mercy. For Ketheric will have none on you. End this.
Okay. I love when she does Radiant Flame and says Incandus. I don't think I've had her do that yet.
With haste.
Now I get to loot all the demons who have nothing on them. Oh wait, there was you guys wait here. Dragonborn, jump! There's a key up here. What the fuck is this? Innkeeper's key? And a charming little egg. What is the charming little egg? It's, okay, literally just an egg. But we did it! This is gonna hurt. Alright.
Tragedy. Less than that. Crime.
We are done down here. I'm gonna fucking save. Oh, good lord. No longer have to do any of that. What I tell you guys, third time's a charm. Ooh, can I take this? If no one's using this. Alright. Now it's time for the most fun part of the game. Actually, I need to see. What is this guy? What can you do with the infernal iron? Can you make items yet?
Nowhere north from shape. If you need something sharp, I have a few things left.
Earlier you mentioned you could work with interesting materials. What do you mean?
I can sense some. Smell it almost. Somewhere in the area. Underground, maybe. Out there in the shadows. If you find it, bring it to me. I'll make something incredible.
I found this metal in a place called Grimforge. What do you make of it? Wait. Talking about the Inferno metal?
Absolutely. Rare to get your hands on this stuff. Well done keeping it to hand.
He's smacking it. He's smacking and whacking and whacking. He's smacking and whacking and whacking.
There you are. And be careful who you show that to. It might draw the wrong attention.
That's not helping. I'm in pain. And I live. Once again, this guy gave me armor. What the fuck? Flawed Helldusk armor. Holy shit. Lesser Infernal Retribution. When you are hit with a foe within 2 meters, it might take 1d4 fire damage. Superior damage, take 1 less piercing. Disadvantage on stealth checks. Potentially good for Lae'zel. What else can you make? Wait, did that take my Infernal Metal? You did. Interesting. It's a lion. I'm a lion. Where? I think that's what I gave my paladin. But my adamantine armor is so awesome. This is kind of better. This is better. This is objectively better. I could still give that to Lae'zel. We only have 2 people in this party who takes heavy armor, and it's me and Lae'zel. Although I would like to get Karlach heavy armor, but I would need her to get the feat for it first. Okay. Wait, what else can you do? Is that it?
Can't sleep, so I might as well hammer.
Oh, another
Need
one.
anything?
I found a material you could work with. What do you make of it? What can you make of it?
Really?
No, wait, don't use it. I need that. Oh shit, what'd you just make? A helmet? Flawed Helldusk helmet. Magical durability. The wielder has +2 bonus to saving throws against spells. I mean, that's okay. It's pricey though. I could sell this for a good penny. Shit. Okay, well, Karlach, I hope you don't need that infernal armor piece later because I am all out. I believe you can also talk to him about Karlach stuff. I already did.
Yeah.
But he needs a long rest before I can develop that. So I have until my next long rest to get another piece of infernal armor. Actually, I think she sells one.
I wish we had a bloody army.
I sold a pair of boots to that traitor. Can't believe it.
Persuasion. Anything you can give me for free that I can possibly sell back to you for money? Oh, fuck. It's alright. You just give me camp supplies anyway. I don't really need it.
Sorry, if it costs me, it costs you.
Alright, I'm see you wares. Do you sell infernal? Do you have infernal armor? You don't. Fuck. Okay, well, that's fine. You do have a lot of things that I wanted to buy off of you. Alright, time for the most exciting part of the game. Trading! You have a rotten tomato you can sell. This is true. This rotten tomato can go a very long way. I wanted to buy something. Okay. Shit. First things first. First things first. First things first. Some things need to change. Some things need to change.
The pride of the gate. Blood, this is heavy.
She has a cape. She does, and that cape is extraordinarily good. I'm going to buy that in one moment. I need to load. I need to prepare my load. Because I have been waiting for, at this point in the game, I had been waiting for a very long time for a good trader, because I have a lot of things to sell. What do you have as a helmet? Oh no, your helmet's way better. Oh, this is perfect for you, actually. All right, I have a better heavy armor for Lae'zel in this case. Yeah, I'll give her the hell armor. So I get to sell the old one. Don't mind the titties. Don't be scared. They won't hurt you. I need to give the arrows to this guy. And you give the scrolls to this guy. Alright. Where do we start? I guess with the weapons. I'm not keeping any of these. These are all going to this one, this one, this one, this one. It's all of it, all of it. All of it. Get rid of all of it. All of it. So this is gonna take me like a good while. How's everyone's day? How's everyone's Tuesday? I feel like I've asked this question already. I mean, it took me 3 attempts to do, or like 3 round trips before I finished all my selling. So,
See if there's anything you need.
or was it 4? I mean, regardless, this is gonna take me a minute. What is this? Crossbow of Arcane Force. Heavy crossbow, 2-handed. Actually, can I give this to Karlach? What do you have? Githyanki crossbow. Yeah. Take this. What's my crossbow? Giant breaker.
What's cooking?
Okay. Great. Yay, shopping trip. Uh-huh. Your paladin's gonna be so high. Oh yeah, but when I finished all my trading with her the first time around, I was fucking set. I was so ready to kick ass. Cause she sells damn good shit. I'm not doing much. I need to do a little chores though. Sounds good. I hear you. Just finished breakfast. Ooh, what'd you have for breakfast, Snacks? What did the snack have for breakfast? Orange dye. Give me this. I want dye. I want this, right? Actually, just give me all of it. I believe you also have... Give me potions. Potion of Sea Invisibility. Grenades. You have good arrows too. I might take those off of you. Wait, you have this thing that's awesome. You have this that's awesome. You have this that's awesome. And you have this that's awesome. You have this. And this. I believe these are the only real big things that I wanted to take from you. There's some dye remover. I'll actually take some of this. Okay, now I have to start selling some shit.
Take care, man.
Chorizo! Ooh! You had chorizo for breakfast? Neat. New shield for me. Hell yeah, we're kicking ass. I have to sneeze. I'm so sorry. I went away. That's the only kinds of sausage I like. I don't have anywhere nearby that sells any. When I hear chorizo, I imagine a Charizard. Why? I like chorizo. I love chorizo. Chorizo is so fucking good. Oh god. Soda and a treat. Hi squirrel. Hi squirrel. Thank you for the treat. Soda. Oh, that's not a glizzy. Unfortunately not. What else did I want to quip from you? Right. This is the part in time where I start changing my colors. Should I change the gauntlets too? Yeah. Hell yeah, now we're Orange Boy. And then I think I also these go to other people. Okay. Trip number 2. Oh, I also need to speak to Withers. Chorizo and Charizard have similar connotations. Or consonants. I can see that. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Gillis is Spanish, I believe. So when you say them in any accents, they sound a little similar. Gillis? Gillis and Chorizo. Un poco de chorizo, por favor. Therian, I have you with that. You with that. What else did I give you? Chorizo and longaniza are typical meals in my city. They're pretty typical meals for a lot of my family gatherings. Why do you keep all the worms on you? Because I can't sell them. I should put these in the chest, right? I don't know why I hold on to them. I'm gonna be entirely honest with you. What else was I gonna do? Right. Don't be scared of the penis, chat. It's okay. Give you that. Have this. Thunder Wave. Elemental Infusion. Invisibility and Blur. Right, I swapped out a bunch of your guys' rings. Ugh, fuck, who did I give what again? Don't even remember, there's so many. Don't I have like more in here? No. No, I don't. Oh, well, I do actually have these things, but they're not really incredibly helpful. All right, regardless, I have to start selling another batch. How long are we in? We're about 2 hours in. Oh god, and I have to restart fucking 3 times. I'm just glad to get out of here. Will, what do you have? You have Brand the Weak. Right, I swapped you having Brand the Weak for Astarion having it. Misty Step, I think I gave this to you. Healing Word. What do I have? You have Ring of Mind Shielding. Movement Speed Ring. Urgency Up the Dark. Right, I remember now. I gave this to Astarion. I can't fucking carry anymore. Alright, let me sell this shit first.
I wish we'd gear up.
Leave them in the camp. In a moment. I need to finish all this. What is this? Skin Burster, Sword of Screams, Sorrow, trash. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. Here comes the money. Money, money, money. Soulbreaker Greatsword. Alright, sold this. Winning Frost. Sold this, right? Do I want to sell this? I do want to sell this. Glowing Shield, I need to give that to What's-Her-Face.
Take care now.
Alright. You. What do you have? You have this thing of Misty Step. Do I want to keep Karlach having Misty Step? That's the real question. I might just give her my movement speed ring. No, I gave this to Lae'zel. Right? Conduit. Arcane Synergy. Hang on, let me just see something. I'm a rainbow. I can feel the power of homosexuality coursing through my veins. I have a sudden urge to suck cock. And kiss boys. Ignore me. Acid attacks deal 2 acid damage. Sort by type. There we go. Right, I for sure gave this to you, right? Or did I give this to... I'm so dumb, I just realized. Hang on. New save, campsite. We love kissing men. We love kissing men. Was it this one? I think it was this one. I could just check what I did give everyone. I don't even have to think back. I just reload. This saves me time from having to decide what was best for everyone, because I went through all this already. We love kissing men. Kissing men. Kissing men is kind of awesome, kind of goated. Oh, I hanged on to the Crusher's Mind Shield. Right, I gave you the Adamantine Sword. You have Dark Vision. I kept you having Aid and that. Thunderwave and this one.
Breathe deep and move. What's hiding here?
We could also kiss women. Kissing women is kind of cool too, you know. Right, yeah, I gave you Brand the Week, gave you Ring of Invisibility, Ring of Jump. I gave you the shield. And I gave you Misty Step. Okay. Everyone remember this. Fuck, what did I give Astarion again? I just forgot. I kept you having... Did I should have taken a fucking picture. I immediately forgot. Okay, I know for a fact I gave Astarion this one. Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Oh, it's on Will. Will, give me that. Give me that! I kept this on you. What is this? This is the movement speed one. I kept that on me. So you've already got good movement speed. Give this to you. Visibility jump. Lae'zel had this, right? I could just go back in time. In my fucking VOD. When you open up my stream. Or is this too far back? This was too far back. Okay, shit. I know, okay, hang on. I'm very slow. I gave Lae'zel shield? No, I gave Karlach the shield. Who did I give the Misty Step to again? Oh, for fuck's sake. Hang on. All for the greater good. All for the greater good. It's alright. It's alright. Oh, and I still need to spot. I still need to talk to Withers. Our good friend Withers. Yeah, okay. Lae'zel has the Talisman of Aid. You have that. You have that.
Time to press ahead. Open up.
Amulet of Healing Word. Sun Gift. You have all the spell things. Because of course you do. Astarion, yeah, you have Brand the Weak, Invisibility Jump. Karlach, I just gave you the shield, and Will, you have Misty Step and Conduit ring and arcane synergy. Okay. Listen, we do a little bit of min-maxing because we like to kick ass, and we can't kick ass if we're not kicking ass efficiently. The ass kicking needs to happen naturally. They're not naturally. It needs to happen at its peak potential. All right, where's the amulet of Misty Step? Oh, right, no. You have shield. What the fuck's a Misty Step? You have Misty Step, Conduit Ring, Arcane Synergy. All right. We're done. We're done here. We're done. Okay, thank God. Thank God. Right, I give you that. I give you that. Wait, what weapon did I give? Did I give Karlach? Oh, I sold a short bow I could have given to Lae'zel. That's fine, I'll just buy it back. I think I also got you some better gauntlets, didn't I? Yeah, I swapped out some other things. Alright, first things first. Now that I'm done with the rings and the amulets.
Thou hast now a bosom companion. Take care that thou art not distracted on thy quest, seeking the comforts of the flesh.
Hey, yo. Excuse me?
Recall that in time, all becomes dust and bone.
Okay.
Fate, dost thou require a new ally?
Change my
Thou
class.
hast broken thy oath. Before I can aid thee, thou must.
I have to get my oath back to respec? Dude, that's like a lot of money. Fuck, are you serious?
Oathbreaker. What do you it is first do you wish to pay?
1,000 gold! Oh my god. Fine.
But tell me, why do you wish to reclaim your oath?
Cause I'm, I don't know. I'm just gonna say some bullshit answer. Only in wielding the powers I lost I can achieve my aims. It is my destiny, my right.
A higher purpose, a greater calling. Kneel. You swear to deliver righteous retribution, vanquishing your enemies and aiding those who suffer at their hands.
I'm gonna break this oath immediately.
The oath of vengeance is once more yours to fulfill.
Does that put me back in the level up screen? Oh yeah, it does. Cool.
Fate, dost thou require as the
Paladin. So you're gonna have to go to all this again. Fighting style, defense, right? Was it protection? What did I take at first? I genuinely have no idea. protection, I'm pretty sure. Yes. 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 Abjure enemy, vow of enmity, Bane, Hunter's Mark, whatever. I'm breaking all this shit anyway. Feet! Where is it? Where is it? Wait, did I get the heavy armor fee, or am I not already proficient in heavy armor? I am proficient in heavy armor. Oh. I believe I got... There's like a... Shield Master, that's what I got. Yes. Yes, this is what I got. I get Misty Step and Hold Person as my oath spells. Shame I'm breaking that. Worth it though. Cool. All right. What's my oath again? How do I? What's the fastest way to break this? Can I just like steal something? I need to kill something that's not evil. Alright, that shouldn't be too hard. Oh, wait, I need to pick up some more trash to sell.
Let's have a look.
Wait, can I still talk to this guy and be like, hey, can I break my oath?
If you stumble.
Ah, okay. I have to do it through actions. That cost a lot of money, by the way. I'm kind of pissed about that. All right, time for another trip.
God's blood, this is heavy.
See if there's anything you need. We don't know when the next blow might land.
Next bloke. Ah, great. Robbed her clean. Oh yeah, it's give me that short bow. There was another thing I wanted to buy from you. Lay bare their weakness after dealing damage with an unarmed attack. Oh no. We don't have any monks here. Cinder Snap Gloves. Protection from missiles. I believe this is actually... I gave gloves to someone here. You want to scale mail.
Hey, good looking.
Have I sold you good medium armor? No, I'm hanging on to other armor. I gave this to you. I've got heavy armor. I'm just holding on to heavy armor. Okay. So then the medium armor should go to Karlach.
There is work to do.
Wanna dance?
You want to scale mail. Adds your full dexterity modifier to your armor class. Additionally, your armor does not impose disadvantage on stealth checks. Gain a +1 advantage to initiative rolls. Not bad, not bad. Okay. What else have you got? When you apply condition with one of your smite spells, you gain temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier. I don't think you have any charisma points, do you? Right, because I still have that that good helmet that this guy made me. Flawed Hell Dusk helmet. The wielder gains +2 to saving throws against spells.
Where am I needed?
Should give this to Will.
Can't afford to stay idle.
Take care now.
Let me just see your charisma modifier. Check it on. Charisma modifier. You have a +0 to your charisma. This item is useless on you. This item is useless on you. You've never had a more useless item on you. Alright, give me those gloves. You wish you had some armor that wasn't as useless. I also need to fucking talk to the other blacksmith guy. That guy's got better stuff too. Oh, I could just sell all my shit to him. Because in my last save, oh wait, you've got grenades. Give me that. In my last save, I bought spell scrolls. But I'm gonna hang on that because I'm like about to turn level 8.
Defender of the people.
You've never had things worse. You've never had. Oh, let me just get rid of this fucking tomato. I have like actual trash in my inventory. Alright, give me that. Oh, but haste is good. Nah, I'll give you this. Ooh, that looks cool on you. I like that.
A hero at heart.
Synergistic moments. When you inflict condition, gain arcane synergy for 2 rounds. What is arcane synergy again? Weapon attacks deal additional damage equal to affected entity's spellcasting modifier. Don't I already have a ring for this? When you deal damage with a cantrip, you gain an arcane synergy for 2 turns. I should not have you be doubling down on arcane synergy. Although this is with a cantrip and this is inflicting condition. Is arcane synergy really that worth it for you? I'm gonna be honest, I really don't think so. I'd rather give you haste. How much money do you have? You have got 2,000. Oh, I can sell you more shit. Get rid of this. Get rid of that. Ring of Elemental Infusion. Get rid of it. Shapeshifter's Boon Ring. I should hang on to this for when I get Halcyon in my team. Which, speaking of which, I need to talk to him. Amulet of Lost Voices. Speak with that. I should hang on to that. Egg. Sell. Teddy bear. Sell. Alright.
Take care now.
Let's do one more round. I think we've got 2 more rounds to do. In this riveting gameplay, I'm absolutely at the edge of my seat. We're against advantage on melee attack rolls while surrounded by 2 or more foes. Oh, right. Ow! Wait, this is actually great for you. I should keep this on you. Or is it too conditional? Having advantage on melee attack rolls, but only while you're surrounded by 2 or more foes. I do like that. You are the front line. Because I got you these protection from missiles. Amplify reflexes to better contend with incoming missiles. Ranged weapon attacks against you have disadvantage and their damage is halved. Alright, then this is either going to go to Karlach or Will. Because Will... yeah, your gloves are kind of ass. When the wearer chooses to end their rage, they gain 15 temporary hit points. This one's kind of ass also. I'm gonna do Karlach. Just because I feel like I almost never voluntarily end my rage. So, kind of useless. Haste Helm. Is Arcane Synergy good? Spellcasting ability modifier. What is your spellcasting ability modifier? That is the only thing that will determine whether or not this is actually fucking useful on you. Spellcasting ability modifier. Spellcasting ability modifier. Where the fuck is it? Oh, never mind. That's a +6. Never mind. All right, it's actually kind of not that bad. All right, I'll just sell the haste helm then. All right, you know what? I need to talk to Halsin while I'm here. Where's Halsin? Halsin.
Time for a chat. The Shadow Curse is upon us. As foul as I remember it. Perhaps even worse. But with the Oak Father's blessing, we may soon see it banished from these lands.
There's a faming fist in Last Light. The curse left him insensible, but he's muttering about a boy called Daniel.
He is? Then I must see him. Insensible or not, he knows something. Thaniel is no ordinary child. He is the very spirit of this land. If this fist knows where he is, then perhaps we can save him. Save everything. I will go to see him at once. Join me when you can.
All right, time for another round. I believe we are done in terms of that. Okay. Okay. More shit to sell. 1, 2, 3, 4. More shit to sell. More shit to sell. I've never had more shit to sell than I do now. I've got shit to sell. 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 I've got so much shit to sell. Got poop to sell. I got poop to sell. I gotta sell all my poop. So much caca to sell. Exactly. I've got all this caca here. I do have gloves that give me Scorching Ray for free. Why is this not on Will? Hey Will, would you like Scorching Ray for free? Of course you do. Alright, time to sell all my caca. Have to sell all my kaki.
See if there's anything you need. We don't
I got all
know
this
when the next
kaki.
blowmont.
Where's Giliz? Giliz? What do you mean Giliz? Alright, I've officially robbed her clean.
Take care.
We're gonna go to the other guy.
Don't waste a step.
Slowly but surely.
Our asses.
So much pinche mierda. So much pinche mierda to sell all this fucking pinche mierda.
Can't sleep, so I might as well hammer. Need anything?
I got all this fucking basura. All this fucking basura. Pinches Mexicans and their pinches words. There's just so many pinches things out here. I already robbed him. Great. Alright, what do you have? Thornblade, Scimitar, Light Finesse. Ugh, my arm. What else have you got? I can get arrows, get some special arrows for myself. Splint armor +1. Chainmail +2. Hang on, medium armor of 16. Hang on.
Come on, let's go.
Shit, and I just bought you this too. Fuck.
No time to dally.
Sharp as ever.
Fuck. Chingadazo. Oh man, this is way better. I got all this mierda here. I got all the Charge Bound Warhammer, Dark Fire Shortbow. Ooh. Grants resistance to fire and cold. And cast haste. Be good for Lae'zel. Short sword, clutching umbra. What is this? Shadow soaked blow. Strike an enemy It's fucking 1d6 plus a 9. Plus a d6 psychic. Strike an enemy, adding your proficiency bonus to the damage. Moreover, if the attack hits, well, attack doesn't break concealment. Oh, whoa. Sword of Life Stealing. On a critical hit, the target takes an extra 10 necrotic damage as long as it isn't a construct or an undead. You also gain 10 temporary hit points. Not bad. Not bad. It's a short sword. Oh, this halberd gives you +2 to strength. Oh. Harmonium halberd. Oh, and this bow lets me cast fucking bow that lets me cast Hunter's Mark. I think that's some shit. Alright, well, just because I have things to sell you, I'm gonna do some bartering. I'm gonna hang on to this amulet, actually. You can take this. Take this. What did I get? Oh boy, a treat, a banyamner. Thank you. Thank you, dog toy. Alright, I was gonna hang on to that. Cruel Sting. It's Snaring Strands. It's a long sword. But versatile. Here's the real main question. What weapons did I give my characters in the previous save?
Where am I needed?
What a charmer.
No way I still had you hanging on to Jorgal's greatsword. I suppose now wouldn't be a bad time to check. Although I get a feat at level 8. Won't I could just get you heavy armor, like, now, couldn't I?
I'll be here if you need anything else.
How close are we? Oh, never mind, we're not close. I thought we were close to leveling up. I am so wrong. So wrong. Alright, let me do one quick check. One quick checkerino. A quick checkerino. Checkerino, Bambino, Childish Gambino. Oh boy, a snack from my friend Hyena Snacks. It's a pizza. Thank you. Yeah, I gave you the Defender Axe, I gave you that, I gave you that, I gave you that. Got the Giant Breaker, you've got Bow of Banshee, I already swapped out your short bow.
What's inside?
What's inside? What's bloody inside, mate? It's bloody inside, isn't it, Gav? Oh, you do still have Jorgal's great sword. You've got the Knife of the Undermountain King. Have I bought you that already, or is that something else? The Baneful. What did I just do? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. My bad. I'm yawning. Can't you hear me yawn? Aren't I just so cute the way I yawn? Dog is eepy. I'm not super eepy. Eepy puppy. I'm not eepy, I'm just yawny. Okay. So the last of this trash. And we'll be finally fucking out of here. Good lord. Although I've got a strong feeling I'm still gonna have shit that I'm gonna have to trade. Hanging on to this, hanging on to that because I can't sell it. Put the fucking parasites in here, man. I'm not hanging on to these. Alright. Did you sleep well? I did. I slept very well.
Can't sleep.
Little puppies
So I
need
might as
sleep
well hammer.
well to
Need
grow.
anything?
I'm not little. I can have you make another thing. I am no puppy.
Let's get on with it.
15 medium armor when the wearer deals the custom radiant shockwave. That tone makes you puppier. Why, Iota? I'm no puppy. I do want to get these swords. The Sword of Life Stealing and the Sword of Clutching Umbra. These are kind of good. Don't really have anyone who could really take them, though. Then why your avatar has pointy ears? But your profile Twitch image has floppy. You know, that's a good point. Never really thought about it. Huh. Yeah, you're right. It's I don't know. I guess it's just because that's just how the artist drew it. I don't really think I asked for it either. Did I ask for it? Because it would have been on my ref. Do I have floopy ears on my ref? Hang on, I'm about to check my fucking ref sheet. I shouldn't have floopy ears. Do I have floopy ears? What the fuck's my ref sheet? Because you're right, they should be pointed. I knew you with a eyeless skulled avatar. So this avatar is cuter. Do you know what's cuter? What's cuter? And knew me with eyeless skulled avatar? Oh no, Light is on cooldown. Oh. It's okay, it should be off cooldown soon. Knew you with eyeless skulled avatar. Like a different model? Are you referring to the one with the hair? Or are you talking about like the OG model? I haven't used that model in a long time. I still have it. I can show you. Hang on. I would have to show you on these. Ah! Ow. Ah. I've been killed. How could this happen? I've been murdered. But now I'm back from the dead. Yeah, let me show. Oh my god. Wrong avatar. Hang on. Just gonna show my VC face. You mean this old model? I haven't used this model in like a long time. This is the OG. This is Loose Skull Dog like 1.0. And then I moved on to the one that you see me as now, which is technically the 2.0. Let me swap back to that. And then I have this one here, which you've probably seen. This one's like the 3.0. And then I have a couple other ones that are in development. This one? Ah, yes. I like that one. I don't use it that much though. I like the shirt on that one, but I don't use it because num. It's not very expressive. I can't blink with that one. What was I doing, bro? I actually genuinely forgot. Right, I was getting armor. Getting better armor. Because you have AC-16 medium armor.
A long way to go still.
Making me sweat.
Although I don't really need... No, I should give someone the armor. Do you only have one? This is medium, lights, heavy, medium. No, you've only got one. Okay. Yep. No problem.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Hey ho.
Have to keep focused. Can't afford to get attached.
anyone.
I'm gonna give it to you. Up your AC. Oh yeah, you got 19 AC. All right. All right. Now the healer can kick ass. And I can finally sell more of my garbage. It's the haste helm. I should hang on to this actually. Which one's this one? Smiting, get rid of that. Alright. And I've robbed you clean. Yeah, the rest of this goes into storage. Alright, we're done.
I'll be here if you need.
Put this shit into storage, and I can finally fucking... Oh god, I can finally move on. Good gracious God. I still have Cruel Sting. Whoa, for fuck's sake. Whatever, not like this guy even has enough money anyway. Fuck it, I don't want to deal with it. Man, you're still catching up on the stuff from last time. No, as of now, I'm finally done. It took me 3 hours. I was 3 hours behind, and now I'm finally, after 3 hours, back to where I was. Save. You're so fucking right.
Ain't my neck of the woods.
Jesus. Jiminy Cricket Christ. Okay. Moonrise Towers, but first we need to do some shit. Oh wait, I need to speak to what's his face, who's with the unconscious guy. Imagine if your game crashed right there and you had to do it again. I think I would cry. You would see me shed real tears.
Seems like a good moment to talk.
Daniel and me are climbing up a tree.
It's true then. He's met Daniel. There's no other way he'd know that name. This is just what we needed. Well done. We need to wake him. He must know something about where to find Daniel.
Must be another way to lift the curse. Or any ideas?
If he was able to escape the Shadowfell, then it mustn't have managed to consume his spirit. Well, not all of it anyway. We need to unlock whatever's left of him, inside his head. There must be something to trigger him. A word, a memory, an item. We just need to find it.
I'll see what I can do.
I don't deserve you, my friend.
Right, he was at the, that place. I forgot what that place was called. He was at that place. You know that place, right? Right, I still haven't found the Night Song. I'll finish up here in the woods. Wake Art Clue. Oh, right. Halcyon and a Mysterious Man. Rescue the Tiefling. Rescue the Grand Duke. Rescue Wilburn. Help a spirit in the amulet. Free the artist. It was in his letter. House of Healing.
At the House of Healing. Wonder what he found.
You know where the House of Healing is?
He keeps saying Thaniel's name. He must know more. Without Thaniel, no. I don't...
Okay. Not helpful. House of Healing. Moonrise Towers is over there. House of Healing is over here. Okay. What's over here? Haven't really fully explored this place. Although, really, what is there to explore? There's an underground. It's in the basement. Oh, a harbor. Interesting. This looks important. That would be getting us out from that side. We should go out from this side, go that way. Or should we explore north first? North, I almost said north.
Victims of the Shadow Curse. At least they were afforded a burial. Something good here, I hope.
Open grave. Grave robbing. Nothing. Bones. Just bones. Only bones. There isn't anything up here. Ooh. Take. Alright. Let's just clear the map over here. Then I'll teleport back to the town. Backpack. Uh-oh, I don't like that. Fishing rod. What is this? This seems important. Is this not important? Okay. Back to the shadowed battlefield. Should someone be hanging on to that, like, moon lantern thing? What happens if we don't hang on to this? I mean, I guess I'll hang on to it. I kind of don't want to, though. Hey, Will, you should hang on to this.
Defender of the people.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Wait. Excuse me? Set you free? Are you talking to me? Moon Lantern? How do I fucking investigate you?
What to do?
Well met.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
How do I investigate you? Cherokee? Oh my god, is that Cherokee? Is that the real Cherokee? Is that the goodest Cherokee? The best Cherokee? Seems like your redeems are not working right now. Oh! There we go. They should work now. Sorry. Here, I'll honor your rainbow.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Oh, you got it. There you go. Cherokee, a wooing in my chat. Adorable. Ooh, a cookie. Oh. Oh, that's how I inspect it. What is going on with you?
The lantern gives off a chilly glow, protecting all in its vicinity from the surrounding shadows. You notice a tiny pixie trapped within. These fey creatures are infamous for their trickery, sometimes playful, sometimes malicious.
Oh, please. Oh, golly me, oh my. You must release me or I'll die. This lantern only lights the way when I am hurting night and day.
Hi, Cherokee. What did you do with my rainbow? Yeah, the rainbow has been restored. The gay power surges through my veins. I now have an urge to kiss boys. You're the fuel for the lantern? How does that work?
My pixie dust is bright as day. My injuries can light the way.
Quite clever. And cruel, of course. But
Ow.
creatively so.
Kiss men. We're kissing men. Cherokee, come here. Who are you?
My name is Dolly Thrice. Now won't you free me from this vice?
From this vice? I think you only really need her if you don't really know how to get through the darkness. Don't know how to get through the darkness and... What do you mean by that? Is this spoilers? Alright, come here, pup. Alright, come here. Oh, wait. I just remembered I can do this over here. How do I... I can do this. Alright, come here. Blah, 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 blah. Lou, you're literally surrounded by shadows. Yeah, but like... I can still see. I need protection from this curse. If I release you, will you help me travel through the shadows? I don't trust you, actually. What's the mechanism at the base of the lantern?
I dare not name it, newfound friend. The faintest touch could spell my end.
I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to free her. I'm not freeing you. Not yet. I kind of need you. Okay.
I'll gut you like a 10-day-old if you don't release me right this moment!
You've changed your tune.
If you prefer the kinder type, I'll sweetly slurp your guts like tripe.
Eat her? I don't trust pixies. I'm gonna ignore you.
No!
Oh, everyone approves of everyone disapproved of that.
Little thing. She's as cute as a bug, and not much bigger.
What's this way?
Another step forward.
She was no fun. All I wanted was to play.
Hello? A lot of Dudka Yankee. Oh, hello?
Boo! I scared you! I saw it! Nobody beats me at hide and seek. Will you play with me?
Have you seen another boy named Nathaniel?
I don't know anyone called that. Don't ask me again. Now play with me.
It's some horror movie shit. Okay.
All right. I'll hide, and you seek. Find me, and you win.
Okay.
Get ready, and no cheating.
Define cheating. You're invisible. How is invisibility not cheating? I have a potion of see invisibility. Is that cheating? Oh.
You weren't supposed to find me. You weren't supposed to win.
Let's play again. I don't want to piss him off. I feel like he's evil.
Good idea. You're smarter than some playmates I've had. They always tried to leave before I was done with them. Try to find me again, but my family will be looking for you at the same time, so don't get caught.
Huh?
My hand slipped.
What the fuck is you? A wraith? Daddy? Oh, you're strong as shit. AC is low. I don't like that. I don't like this. Is that mommy? That's mommy. Would you be pissed if I kill your parents? I'm sure you'll be fine. I might have to kill you all. Do I want to pick a fight with these? I kind of don't want to pick a fight with these. I mean, worst comes to worst, I can always just turn undead.
Have to keep going.
I am a paladin. I can do paladin things. There's a third one. A doggy. What's Shadow Veil? Because it is lightly or heavily obscure, this entity is resistant to bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing. Oh, fuck. He's just like, you for real, for real. That's... I'm not a Dougie. I have to decide now. Am I doing fight or flight? I feel like the kid will probably be pissed at me if I kill his parents. I mean, they're already dead, but...
What a charmer.
Why are we not in turn-based mode? Oh boy. What brought me out of turn-base? Oh my god. Help. Oh shit. I just provoked attack. Why did I do that? Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright. We're fighting. Alright, Karlach, beat the shit out of him. Fuck, you missed.
On the victor's path. 2 steps at a time.
Do I not have something for undead? No, you don't. I could have you fireball. I don't want you to fireball yet, though. This kind of sucks. Just Eldritch Blast the dog. And you missed. Offhand melee. You don't have enough movement. That dog's gonna be the shout. Oh, let's go. It missed. Shield. Oh, wonderful. Kill the dog. I don't have another action. Oh, great. Oh, great. Oh, great. Can I shove to wake people up? That worked. Turn undead. That was your action. Can you shove?
The blade will not bend.
Alright, what do you... Force damage would work on you. Right? Fire would be weak. Lightning would be weak. I can use thunder on you. No, I can't use thunder on you. Let's use force. Alright. Why do you have disadvantage? Too dark. Oh, great. Alright, just get with the team.
Making my move.
I wonder if this is worth the cost.
Anything about Radiant? No, but you are turned. I could Divine Smite you. What did you do? He lost at hide and seek. Yeah. Yeah. I don't actually know what any of my new paladin things do. Aura of protection. Whoa, wait. You and nearby allies get +2 to save. Oh, that's kind of ass. Never mind. Protection from poison. Up to your enemies. Fight an enemy that 500. Inquisitor's Might could be good. Or should I just focus on doing damage? I'm just gonna focus on doing damage actually right now because he's turned. So I need to abuse that. Oh, that took off the turn. I can compel duel. Who's next? Oh, both of them. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god.
No choice but to keep going.
Alright, compel duel. Dang, he fucking saved. Fuck you. Do you have disadvantage? No, you don't. I have high ground. Nice, nice, nice. I'm gonna focus on one and then focus on the other.
Despite everything.
I'm gonna do Divine Smite.
You've made a grave mistake.
Need to stay focused.
Alright, come here, help me beat the shit out of him. Getting bolt. Almost dead.
What's this?
Do you have enough?
Jimmy on the go.
Yes, you do. Alright, that's one down. Oh shit.
I won't give in. Can't slow down. No holding back.
Alright, we'll blast him. Fucking slash him. Can you move in from here? Can you have a shot? You do have a shot. Alright, take the shot. How far can you move? Not far enough. What is this? This is 11. I can have you move to 9, 8. Now jump. Yes. Oh, still not enough.
Where do I go from here?
Oh, I still have movement.
Gods, it's hot in here.
This is my time.
Will, do you have movement? You do have movement.
I'm forever, pal.
Ah, come on. So close. You can cleave? Can you cleave? How is this not in range? That is in range. Game's fucking lying to me.
Survival is all that matters.
Alright. Eldritch Blast! Now stab him. Ignis! Okay.
My faith will guide me.
That was something.
I've got a long road ahead.
Oh, great. The kids. Oh, please don't be pissed.
I win! I always win in the end. You did better than most, though, so I'll let you go. Here. Second prize. You'll need it.
Oh. Okay.
Open this cage, you munting asshole!
No. What's the ring? Ring of Shadows, past without trace. Ooh. Pass without trace. What does that do again? Call forth the Veil of Shadows and silence that gives you and all nearby companions plus 10 bonus to stealth checks. Okay, I don't really need this. We have one stealth person in this group, and it is that person is very fine when it comes to what they have already. Oh. Ring of Mental Inhibition. Mental Inhibition. When a foe fails a saving throw against one of your spells attacks, they gain mental fatigue for 2 turns. What's mental fatigue? Affected entity has -1 penalty to wisdom, intelligence, charisma saving throws for every turn. When it fails a wisdom intelligence, charisma saving throw while having 5 or more turns in this condition remaining, the entity takes 1d4 psychic damage and is no longer mentally fatigued. This is kind of terrible. A lot of reading. Oliver, what the fuck is your problem?
I won fair and square. There's no point in playing again. I want a challenge. Go on, find someone else to play with.
Okay. Dad's axe? Okay. What else is here? It's just the little town thing. Little thingy. Alright, let's get out of here. You have to go west. Westerino. Bambino. Cancino. I love going Westerino. Westerino, Bambino. Fettuccino. Westerino. Uh-oh. What's the worst that can happen? Oh god. What is that? Rock. What is this? Mazel, level 5. You are surprised. 14 AC. Oh, you got a lot of health. What are you? You're fucking evil is what you are. Oh, right. You can't be surprised. All right. We got a fight on our hands. Gosh, just a little bit of a fight. Just a little bit of a fight. Just a tiny bit of a fight. It's okay. Start beating the shit out of things.
I'm gonna like this, mate.
I can't believe you rolled a 1. Why did you roll a 1? I don't want you to reckless. Alright. Shadow teleport? Oh my god.
That might be worth a look.
Fuck, okay. Just gotta start beating the shit out of everything. Beating the shit out of everything. I clicked on the floor. Sometimes I hate it when that happens. Oh fuck. I don't like this. Can't cast spells. Garroted. What the fuck is garroted? Affected entity is strangled by garrot. It is silenced and takes fucking 3d6 bludgeoning per turn. The entity and the garroter. If the entity and the garroter move apart, more than 5 feet, the contention ends. Oh, thank God! I just have to move away. All right, fine. Fuck. Alright, well, it's spell casting time. Even though you're like half dead. Spirit Guardians. I can't Sanctuary on top of this. Fuck. Who's next? This one? Shit. Okay. I can work with this. 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 Ah, this is so shit. Oh shit. Hypnotic pattern. Right? This will affect everyone, right? Hypnotize creatures that can see the pattern. They cannot attack you, they cannot move or act. Oh god. No, this is a terrible idea. I should not do this. But I can't move too far. Fucking 5 meters of movement, bro. That's actually a lot. Alright, how about this?
Finding my way.
Don't have enough. It's fine, stand next to me. I'm thinking in my head. I don't really use this very often. Alright, fine. Wait, does this only attack for one person? You are an ally. Oh, no. Damn it. Alright, fine. Please kill. Fucking finally. On the roof. Where you going? Perfect. I can work with this. I can work with this. Spirit Guardian, the both of them. Heal yourself. Heal yourself again.
Battle favors the fearless.
Kill him. You missed. Kill him. Kill him again. Nice. Ladies and gentlemen, our damage dealer. Enrage throw. Throw fucking javelin at this guy. He missed. How can I get you to not be up there? How can I get you to not be up there? Fuck. If you want me to throw shit at you, I will.
Battle favors the fearless. Coming through.
30%. I'm just gonna keep throwing shit.
Catch my breath. These boots have seen everything.
Just gonna keep throwing shit. For goodness sake, man. For goodness sakes. Actually, no, you can actually jump up there.
Easy.
Alright, beat the shit out of him. What do you mean you missed?
Forever dauntless.
Eldritch Blast. That's awful. That grotto thing? Awful.
Can't slow down.
Don't burn yourself.
It's gonna hurt.
While I'm at it.
These things have stayed interesting.
What's in the chest? What's in the chest?
Open up.
What's in the chest? What's in the chest? What's in the chest? Gloves! And a statue. Idol of Saloon. And a note. What's the note say? Moon Maiden, protect of those of us who would not turn from you. No matter the consequence in this short life, keep these artifacts in our devotion until such a time as we may openly infuse our spirits with your white light once more. Grant your cunning to my brother Halfred in his efforts to conceal the rest of your relics. Let the name of the last light not be a portent. Let your moon glow continue forever and fill our hearts. Investigate the Selûnite resistance. Radiating orb gloves. When the wearer deals radiant damage, the target receives two turn of radiating orb. Radiating orb. Infected entity has -1 to attack rolls for the remainder is there. Reduce the duration by 2. Okay.
Selûne idol, really? Are you in need of a paperweight?
Perhaps I am.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Mmm. What do we have here? Lock picking. I love lock picking. A ring of twilight. Gain +1 bonus to armor class while obscured. That's really good. Interrogation transcript. Official interrogation transcript. Harper in charge. Caldigar of Eid Spring. Transcriber Luna Shorn. CE your name. Dahl Timber. Ma'am occupation farmer. Ma'am potatoes a farmer. Pause. How many guards have Thorn stationed at the south wall, Dahl Timber? What do you mean south wall? Do not play fool with me, Timber. The Moonrise south wall. I do not know, I swear. Liar. Pause. Write this down, Luna. Thorm spies refuses to cooperate. Harsher methods required. Pause. I said write that down. Now, this House of Healing is actually kind of fun.
What's next, I wonder?
No time to rest.
Before I cross... Should I cross, actually? Let's cross. You know what? Fuck it. Crossing the bridge. Crossing the bridge. I'm crossing the bridge.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Rithwin's Mason's Guild? Anyone home?
See that symbol on the ground? This was a Mason's Guild.
Makes sense. The demand for ominous statues seems fairly high in these parts.
Gold Dwarf. This is an ambush. I can literally see you. Are you friend or foe? I don't like that. I don't like that one bit.
I'll give it a shot.
That might be worth a look.
A pile of crushed bones of varying shapes, sizes, and creatures. A pile of crushed bones.
Here lies the Grand Mason,
sizes, and
his bones
creatures.
and lies exposed.
Grand Mason, you say?
Maybe I need more pockets.
Loot. Oh. What do we have here? Anyone home?
No traps, please. What's that?
Killed.
Couple turns should do it.
This is gonna be rough. Alright, we go again. I have a lot of thieves' tools. Congratulations on finding this place, thief, but your journey ends here. I don't like that.
Something over there.
Trap. I have to roll inspiration for that? Fine. Come on, baby. Oh, shit. Oh my god. Whoa. Only an attack that deals 10 damage can damage it. Hey, you have Misty Step, right? Misty Step.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Misty Step. Wow, that's awful. That's like really bad. Oh my god. Greater toughness? Oh no, we're not getting past there. Oh my god, that's really bad. Alright, let's get out of turn-based mode. Oh, it's gonna break the chest. Oh man. No, I want what's inside. I literally don't have the ability to save this. I have to go get Astarion. Oh, thank God, it stopped. All right, let's go get Astarion. Who am I swapping out? That's the real question. But first, I must use the bathroom and get water. I'll be like 2 seconds.
He's just standing there, menacingly!
I have returned. And yes, I am just standing here menacingly. Also, hi, Squirrel. Howdy, Squirrel. What are you doing, Squirrel? Oh, Squirrel. I wanted to get your thoughts. What do you think of the Commando rocket launcher in Helldivers? Have you played with it? Where am I going? Astarion, right?
I have something to ask.
Well, hello. What can I do for you?
Only used it versus bots so far. Same. But good versus the Hulks. Yes. You can one-shot it in the eye.
I would, but you have so many friends already.
Take Shadowheart's place.
Well, in that case...
Kind of just seems like a worse eat, though, since it can't take down the ships. It can't? I thought I could. Fine. But it's got a two, and it to me it seems like an interesting like offshoot of the Eat, because it's, you know, obviously it has 4 rockets, and the laser guided system, I've seen some people do some cool shit with it. Also you can the commando rockets, you can use them like how spear rockets destroy fabricators. You can hit the building like from any side and it'll destroy it, which I think is really cool, without having to aim at the vent. We'll take out, or yeah, use it to kill a bunch of the dogs. We'll take out their weapons. Oh really? That is much more useful than, yeah, especially against bots. Super useful. Nat 20.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
I've seen people, and because the cooldown is so low, well, like almost low. It's like a minute 45, I think. I've seen people just bring that and Eats at the same time, and they just spam like bringing down missiles. Excuse me. Oh my god. No idea why Eats can't take out buildings from the side then. I think it's like a armor penetration kind of thing. The payload of the missile is like not heavier, but like bigger. I don't know. Some ballistics expert will probably be able to explain. Carefully drawn diagram of Moonrise Towers. A circle of red ink draws your attention, as though something has been stashed in the tower's prison dungeon.
Someone's marked a spot at the base of Moonrise Towers. Worth a look.
Oh my god. There be shadow demons. Literal shadows. Undead. AC 13. Hey, vulnerable to radiant. Oh fuck, this is an awful time to bring in, to have swapped out Shadowheart. Frenzy. Oh wait, you have Divine Smite? Oh, but casting spells is blocked. Why is casting spells blocked? Oh, because you're in rage. Oh, I should not have had you rage. Shit. Oh, wow. There's a lot of them, and there's a king. King Wraith. Oh, this would have been great for Shadowheart. But shouldn't Eats be able to since they can take down dropships while Commando can't? Can the Commando not? I think the Commando can. It just takes 2 rockets to the thruster. Cause that's what I did yesterday. I never really occurred to me to shoot only 1. I did not realize it was 2. Yeah, it is a little odd that it is 2, isn't it? Cause you can. It's odd, very odd. Have you tried to do anything with the laser thing? The laser system thing? Oh man, people are very powerful. Dark vision. No, what is the laser? How because the missiles are laser guided, so you can like do like a trick shot of like shooting the missile and then like pointing the laser somewhere else, and then have like the missile redirect and hit the target from that side. I've been able to do that with what is it? The shield devastators. I shoot the missile like to the side of them, and then you have the laser point to like their side so that you don't hit the shield. And I've gotten a few kills with that. It's very, very fun. When was my last save? The fucking bridge. I need Shadowheart here so bad. I actually need Shadowheart. And I can't retreat. Oh no. This sucks. Damn. I'll have to play with, around with it. Mostly use the laser to supplement my batting. It is also pretty good for that. Fuck it, fireball. Right? Yeah, it's just those two. Wait, where's the 1, 2? It's this guy, the Wraith, this guy. There's a third one hidden somewhere. It's because he's using Shadow Blend. What the fuck is Shadow Blend? Is that just invisibility? Whatever, fireball. Aura of Vile Oblivion. I hate that. Don't like that. Do not like that. Shit. I don't suppose I can sneak attack these guys, right?
Radio no.
Astarion, you are so useless in this fight. Do I not get access to turn undead? Divine Sense? No, I just get Divine Sense. Shit. Fine.
No time for mercy.
Oh boy. No, because Karlach's next. Okay.
Say bye-bye.
I'm really scared of this guy. I don't know. I don't want to know what the Aura of Vile Oblivion does. Hmm. No, just dash.
Making my move.
Oh, hi. Uh-oh. Shielded blow. When struck by a melee attack, your attacker must succeed a dexterity saving throw or fall prone. Whoa! Oh, it's because of the shield! Oh, he's immune to prone. Do you not have, like, radiance arrows? No. Meowdy. Okay. I have to finish this fight up real quick, and then I have to go help my family with something real quick. Wait, you have their backs turned.
Let's find some.
The small one. Yes! I can finish this fight right now in one turn. Divine Smite, level 2. Divine Smite again. I'm killing him right now. Get him, Karlach! Alright, one left, one left. 2 left. Oh, they're gonna go for Starion.
Coming through.
I'm ready. And this will do nicely.
Another step forward.
Knees high.
Okay, this is doable.
Fleet of foot.
Dollar. Go stab him. Oh, you don't have enough.
Shall we cut and run? Outmaneuver them. Time for a new.
Pew! Oh my god, 53 damage! Holy shit! Alright, Lou. Take the forefront. Last one's around here somewhere.
Count on me.
Battle favors the fearless. 2 steps at a time.
Let's have some fun.
Come on, fucking show yourself.
Feel my way.
There you are.
Heading out.
No holding back. Making my move.
Hungry for the slaughter.
Gonna have to use a whole turn moving you into position. Alright, beat the shadow. Nice.
A distant memory of a man stretching his back with a groan. Another day of hauling masonry blocks done.
Shadow Vest.
A distant memory of a man stretching his back with a groan. Another day of hauling masonry blocks done.
Let me really quick swap out Starion. With Shadowheart there.
I have a lot on my mind.
Although, I have a feeling I'm done with this area.
May the darkness protect you. A bit crowded, don't you think? Wonderful.
Oh, cursed to put my hands on everything.
Calloused hands work a hammer and chisel around a massive slab of rock. Months from now, a face will take shape. A happy, faded memory comes to you. A woman walking along a beach, holding hands with her husband-to-be.
I think so. I'm a lot less familiar with Act 2 and 3.
Before the shadows, there was once a house full of
Don't spoil
warmth
it.
and children's laughter in this one's life. No more. You can almost taste the sour ale that once clung to this soul's breath. He was insensible when the shadows came for him. You sense this one hid for days as the sounds of battle got closer and closer to town. He didn't even care who won, so long as it ended.
Ooh, silverware. Yoink.
I'll take that.
Mason's log. How quickly things change. The Thorns and Selûnite, through and through, so I believe. Perhaps Ketheric only converted for Melodia. And with her death, and then her daughters, his faith died too. But to turn to Shar, it beggars disbelief. Ketheric's Justicars are greater in number, and more determined to rout out any trace of Selûnite and Rithwin. Why do they think this town was built? One cannot rip out the foundations of a building and expect it to remain standing. Brother and I remain the last two bastions of Our Lady of Silver in the town. A few, the trusting few, come to worship in secret by moonlit nights. Others converts all. Whether they truly believe, I cannot say. Impossible, isn't it? Sick of standing idle while Justicars gain power in our humble town. What will become of us if we allow it? I met a man who was no man, touched by the devil, or perhaps maybe worse. But he offered me something I cannot refuse. Help. The time is now. Ketheric's Justicars, their stronghold in a temple below. They will be wiped out, all of them. I didn't ask how. I just want them gone. Let the Harpers have Ketheric now. They'll make short work of him. Potentially Raphael? Mason's letter. Alfred, you're probably surprised that I'm writing, though. Though no more surprised than me. You warned me of Thorn's malice. Yet I look up hammer and trowel to build that cursed tower. He warned me of coming war. Yet I built the prison that would contain his foes. You warned me, but I did not listen. It is my deepest regret, and I must atone. I know more about the tower's construction than anyone else, and possess innumerable tools and supplies. Besides, gather your allies at last light, and let us devise a plan to infiltrate Moonrise. Ketheric plans for war. He expects to face halberds and staves in the light of day. We will end him with a dagger to the back before he can so much as raise a blade. I don't expect you to forgive me, but I can hope you'll try. Your brother Morford. I'm gonna take these. Oh. Uh-oh. It's fucking trapped, isn't it? It's trapped. How much you want to bet? Alright, well. I'm gonna open this after the break. Alright. I gotta go help my family with some things. Might as well take a break while I'm at it. I will be back. I'm gonna keep going. This is gonna be another. This isn't gonna be another like super long stream, but I do wanna play this for a decent amount. I feel like I've barely made progress considering the fact that I was repeating like the same thing like 3 times for like the first literal 3 hours of the stream. Okay, I will be back Go get food, go stretch, go get water, go to the bathroom. If you have meds, go take your meds. I'll be back 15-20 minutes. Shouldn't take me too long. All right. Ooh, actually, I'm gonna play some music. Hang on. Here, I'll play you guys. You guys ever heard of Bardify? I feel like everyone's heard of Bardify, right? How haven't you heard of Bardify? Ow! And he was never seen again. No, I'm coming back. I'll play this Bardify playlist or like song thing, background thing. This is called Long Rest. I'm lower the volume. All right, I'll be back. I see you, fat squirrel. I see you shaking that dumpy. Damn, bro. What that thing do? I have returned. Welcome back. Hello. I'm back. Just throwing stuff at you. Wow. Throwing things at me. How could you? Also, hi, Liz. All right, it's enough of that. Ow. Okay. And the adventure continues. It is so fucking hot outside. I stepped out for like 2 seconds. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you.
Can't keep me out.
Oh wait, this is trapped. I need a Starion. Again. Let me get rid of the fucking BRB text. A Starion.
Yes.
Hello, friends.
Follower.
How's everyone doing? Your perception failed. All right, that's very bad.
Watch your back. Simple.
All right, what's the penalty?
All right. What now?
Ah, guiding bolt. Wow, that really hurt. Does that happen multiple times? No, it just happened once. Helmet of Arcane Acuity. I know what this does. I don't like this. That really hurt. Friends. Hello, friends. Howdy, friends.
A private word would be nice.
I love my friends.
Well met.
Guys.
I'd love to join, but
I love you.
I don't think there's enough space. Let's.
I love all the people who come in to join my streams and spend time with me and chat.
Lies before me.
Alright, we're out of here. I need to heal.
Whatever comes, I'm ready.
Still breathing.
Potion.
Like everything. Should mind my step.
Mr. Fat Squirrel. Hello, Fat Squirrel. Squirrel, tell me about yourself. Where you from? Am I allowed to ask that? You can not answer that if you don't want to. Mason's Guild. I can go upstairs. Lol from DC. Ooh. From DC.
Seems simple enough.
Cool, cool. What's your favorite color? Impromptu interview. Shut up. Green prob or gray. Wait, is that Infernal Iron? Give me that.
Yes! Damon can use this to fix me.
DC stands from Detective Comics. Ooh. Do you know Batman? Are you friends with the Flash? Oh, what the fuck are you? Shadow Cursed Harper. Shadow Cursed Undead. What does that mean? Does that mean you're good people, but possessed? Those who die in the shadows are cursed to remain here for— oh, no, you're dead. Alright, I can kill you. Again. Charge! Do I have Shadow Heart here? Yes. You are out of rages. That's not good. Why does it say I can't cast spells? I'm not garroted though.
Incoming.
Should I have you charge? No, because there's shadows. I should not have had you move so far up ahead. Fucking Shadow Blend.
No time to waste.
Hey, can you fireball? Can't. Sorry, busy with work right now. No problem. I know I'm giving you an uncalled for interview. It's not in the right range. All right. Too dark. Do it anyway. Wonderful, they're invisible. Wonderful. Wonderful. Oh, and you're out of channel divinity. Oh boy. We need a long rest. Normally it would be fine, but dumbass customers on phone also have to pay a little attention to them. No problem, homie. Do your job. I get it. It's cool. No problem. Her image. This sucks because I can't do undead. C2. Attending clients is hard. X2. Not the keyboard. Anything but the keyboard. Yes, come closer. No, I just gotta get in there. Okay.
Shouldn't have made me your enemy.
Time to start smacking shit. I'm smacking shit. Whose turn is it next? Karlach? I need it to be Will's turn. Do you have? No, I had to use cleave already. Damn. Alright, fine. Good damage. 1, 2. I can't be too frenzy. Fine, pummel. Fireball time. Nice. Damn, and you're out of spell slots. I have to shadow after guiding bolt. 10, 17, 24. 24. Nice. Can I fire breath? Don't get all of them. If I stand here, I can get all of them. Yes, I can. Kill one. Oh, okay. Kill one. Oh. Fuck. Eldritch Blast.
Today, you fool.
Finish this.
What next?
Let's do this.
What path lies before him?
There you are. Die.
Pick the wrong fight, friend.
Die. I do no damage. I do no damage. Please hit.
On the victor's path.
Can't afford to let up.
Damn it.
Have to keep going.
Aye, aye.
Come on, come on. Nice. What is this? Putrefied tumor? You.
You see a man drain his tankard in an inn as he listens to a flaming fist play the lute. He's better than his uniform might suggest. An older man turns his head away in shame. His neighbors catch a glimpse of the lute playing flaming
for God's sakes.
fire. They hang in the town. It's the catatonic man you encountered in Last Light Inn.
Wait, what?
go.
What about the Canatonic Man?
You see a man drain his tankard in an inn as he listens to a flaming fist play the lute. He's better than his uniform might suggest. You catch a glimpse of the lute playing flaming fist. It's the catatonic man you encountered in Last Light Inn.
A lute, you say?
You feel a rush of outrage. This woman worshipped Shah to the end, so why does the Night Singer's curse not spare her?
That took the edge off.
Ketheric Thorn shown in Selûnite armor. Is there any god that turncoat hasn't bowed to?
That might be worth a look. Was that a click I heard? There's something about these plaques.
Our El Mistral Wen Neathorm?
That might be worth a look.
I've lost pain. Arthritis. Puzzle time.
Something over there.
Ideal guest of night. It's what? Wait, let me see the letters again. Oh, this one. This one. This one.
What did that do?
Oh, entrance. Do I want to go down here?
What's the story?
What am I to do?
A hero at heart. Looking ahead.
We're low on, well, everything.
Curse has no effect here. What is this place?
It's sexual.
Do you accept Shah's test of your intellect?
Is this an intelligence saving throw? Oh no. The elixir of heroism? Gain 10 temporary hit points, become blessed. It's a 14. I could stack all these. Should I? Fuck it. Nice.
You feel a small pulse of energy race up your spine, and a strange sensation of acceptance. seems this statue has nothing to offer. Its challenge has been surmounted.
Okay.
Never wanted the easy path.
Do you think yourself wise enough to be granted Shah's blessing?
Oh. All right, I've got a lot of pluses on this. This is a good time to stack all these. Dog toy. Hi, dog toy. Hello. Hi. Which tree? Apple. Thank you. Hi, dog toy. How are you? Good to see you. I have so many bonuses.
A warm swell rises through you. Acceptance. You are worthy.
Here goes nothing.
Are you bold of heart and sharp of tongue? Can you turn any and all to the Dark Lady's cause?
Charisma. I'm very good at this. And I just passed. Doing good, just chores and messing up my day. Ah, I see. I got paid $10 today recycling, so that's good. Ooh, hell yeah. That's awesome. And you're saving the planet, so that gives you plus good karma.
Confidence surges through you. You feel like there is nothing you can't do, no one you can't win over. The statue seems to agree and approve.
Ritual Dagger of Shar.
The altar's purpose is unclear, but the dagger upon it looks valuable.
I failed the religion check, that's so bad. It's a blood oath thing, isn't it? Ah. Oh my god, Intelligent Sentinel? Charismatic Sentinel? Wise Sentinel? Oh, this is so not worth it. Oh my god. This was so not worth it. AC 14, 120 health. Aura of Protection, Living Shadow. Oh god. Well.
Ready for this?
That's my damage dealer. Oh shit. What are you people not weak to? Right now it's just radiant for you. I should have left this thing alone. I went through all those checks and I failed the one important one. You can fireball. Dice fell off the table. Nice. Well, that's how it be sometimes. Yep, that's just Dungeons and Dragons. This one's lost. Makes it more crazy, entertaining, exciting, thrilling, and life-threatening.
On my way.
If you have I shouldn't have you sanctuary. I mean you have to. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Shh. Thinking to myself. Yeah, gotta do it. Or I can give it to Karlach. Give it to Karlach.
Happy to assist a friend.
Can smite for radiance. I'm out of spell slots, but Karlach can do it. Protect. Oh, really? Branding smite. Yep, you've got it. Alright, kill. Excellent. Kill. Pummel. Excellent. That's fine. Can you burning hands without hitting anyone? No, this will hit Karlach. Alright. What can you do? Sacred Flame or Guiding Bolt? It's a Guiding Bolt. One health.
Well, so much for peace. Very well.
I can take this one.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Nice. Nice. Oh, we're fucking him up.
Fleet of foot.
Damn. Can't Eldritch Blast. Damn it. Sacred Flame, can you not reach? What do you mean you can't reach? Fine, Firebolt.
Time to push my luck again. I'll strike you down.
Beat the shit out of him. Beat the shit out of him. Yay.
With haste.
Nothing.
Open up.
Is that all there was in here? No. That was fun. Kind of. What even was that dagger? Ritual Dagger of Shar. That's it? Just a D4 necrotic and it's a +1? Dude. Kinda lame. Doing the blood sacrifice would have probably gotten me something way better. Man. Can I? No. Alright, well. I need to save more often. I don't save often enough. I could have saved Scum that if I had been just saving more often. I should have saved when I came back from the break. I don't know why. Oh, well. We have to long rest. It'd be okay in the back pocket of a rogue for a throwable. This is true. This is true.
I need a quick word.
I must say hi to my pets.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
I love this guy. I love Scratch. I'm gonna pet him. Pet the dog. That's a good dog.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
Oh. Pet the cub. That's a good owlbear.
More.
Everyone gets pets. Alright, now we go to sleep. Oh.
Playtime's over, pet.
Oh, I love this time of year. The dickheads start popping up wherever you look.
What do you want, Mizora?
Drop the attitude and perk up your ears. You've got a new mission. Absolute's cult has gone and grabbed one of Zariel's assets. A devil. And a powerful one at that. They're locked up in the cult's fortress, Moonrise Towers. And you're getting him out.
Are you serious? If this devil is so powerful, how did they manage to get captured?
Will, your playmate's wasting precious time. Let's see about getting his priorities fixed. Clause Z, Section 13. Should promised soul refuse obeyance or neglect duty, the pact holder shall cast the promised into Avernus as a lemure. I'll make it simple. Will fails or refuses, and he turns to a thick blob of stink flesh and sinks to Avernus. Now, be a good boy and play fetch, pup, or you'll spend an eternity sizzling in the hells.
Mizora's words may be flippant, but they are tinged with desperation. She cannot afford for Will to fail this mission. This may be your best chance to negotiate Will out of his pact.
We'll rescue your asset on one condition.
Oh, and what condition is that?
Your mind links with Will's, drawn in by his increasing panic.
What are you doing?
Should I not get him out of his pact? Cause like she's evil, right? She's like obviously evil, but at the same time he is a warlock. He draws his power from her. Should I not? Let me not. actually. Never mind. I mean, not. He would be fulfilling his contract regardless. Never mind.
Will relaxes, and your connection fades.
Compliance. Just as it should be. Now, to Moonrise, pet. And do you mind the shadows? They've been especially hungry.
Mm-hmm. Everyone's got something to say. Will?
The more bullshit she pours, the more of it I'm forced to swallow. Mazora set me on fiends inside and outside the Hells. She's never ordered a rescue.
Gods. She makes a mockery of everything the Blade stands for. Such an asshole.
Should we get you out of this pact?
You're right, of course. Somewhere there must be a weak link, a loophole, an exploit. Either we find it, or I'm made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front line of the Blood War.
Oh, you do want to get out of the pack. Okay, I might have fucked up. Wait, I saved earlier. I could save Skull. You missed a golden opportunity. Yeah. I forgot. I didn't know. Safe's coming to save Will's life. I'll do it. All right. Just assuming I passed that perception check again. But real quick, I'm gonna get some water. I require hydration. You really sombreroed me. Don't forget to pet the dog and owl again. I will. I will. Soda! Soda! Owl?
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
Pet.
Ooh, more.
Dog.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Pet. Okay.
Let's see.
What? Drop the absolute. They're locked up in the cult's fortress.
blah blah blah. If he's so powerful.
Mazor, this may be your best chance to negotiate will.
On one condition.
What are you doing?
Respond to will in your mind. Trust me.
Will relaxes, and your connection fades.
We'll rescue him if you release Will from his pact.
Interesting. Now, why should I go letting my favorite pet off his leash?
Do I still have all those bonuses? No, I don't. History, performance. You could always let the cult infest the asset. I bet that'd make a loyal thrall. Intimidation. Ooh, and have fucking Shadowheart here. Please! Bro, I'll use inspiration on this roll. I don't care. Oh, I still passed. Never mind.
Incredible. You actually think you hold the winning hand? Fine. I'll play your game. But I amend the pact once the mission's done. Not before. Clause F, Section 9. Soulbinder shall bestow reward or favor only upon soul bearer's fulfillment of related obligation. Now, to Moonrise, pet. And do mind the shadows. They've been especially hungry.
We did it. Hooray. Will.
The more bullshit she pours, the more of it I'm forced to swallow. Mazora set me on fiends inside and outside the Hells. She's never ordered a rescue.
Gods. She makes a mockery of everything the blade stands for. Such an asshole.
She'll be gone soon, though. Do the mission and you'll be free.
Thank you for sticking your neck out for me. I mean it, but I'm not going to celebrate till I'm actually free. Can already feel her scheming. She won't let me go without a fuss. Trust me on this.
I thought you were supposed to hunt devils. Doesn't this violate your contract?
The same thought crossed my mind. I'm only to hunt the infernal, the demonic, and the heartless. But nowhere was it stated that I can't help one. Either we find it, or I'm made a mindless blob clawing at demons on the front line of the Blood War.
It's not going to happen. You mean too much to the Sword Coast.
And it means everything to me. I always knew what my future held, and I know I chose right.
The cultists have taken your father to Moonrise Towers. Florix confirmed it.
Then we know our mission. All roads converge at Moonrise.
Mm-hmm. Can we trust Florix?
I was 11 when the Councillor spotted and slayed an assassin who stalked father from the shadows. I was 13 when she brought word of a goblin warband advancing on Rivington. Her keen scouting saved 100 lives that day. The Councillor's loyalty to my father is beyond question. She's as steady as Tyr's heartbeat, as upstanding as the Sword Mountains. Father's at Moonrise Towers, and we need to save him.
I'm gonna take a wild shot in the dark and guess that it's fucking Raphael, who I have to save, who I really don't like, but fine.
What's on your mind?
Alright, let's Karlach?
Another step forward.
God damn it! Why did it have to be Mazora? Why did it have to be Zariel? We're supposed to risk our necks to get one of her assets? What if it's a runaway like me? Or something far worse?
This is the last thing Will will have to do for her, then he's free.
I want to believe that as much as you do. Almost as much as Will does. But I just know there will be more to the story. There always is. It's a bad idea to play games with the devil. You'd never win. Not ever.
What do you have to say, Shadowheart?
Shah's blessings upon you.
Alright, never mind.
Always a delight to speak with you. What can I do?
You know, I feel a connection between us.
What?
Like we're two souls walking the same path. You might be a little naive in the ways of the world, but I see promise in you. Ambition.
Are you hitting on me? I'm listening.
I just worry that we're not considering all our options when it comes to our uninvited guests. How many people are infected with them, do you think? Hundreds? Thousands? And they're not just goblin trash. There are powerful people in the Worm's thrall. Whoever's waiting for us at Moonrise Towers controls it all. But if we can take that control from them, imagine the power we'd wield.
Until we transform into mind flayers.
That's just the thing. If we control the parasites, then we can order them not to change us. All the power, with none of the tentacles. I'm just saying, there's an opportunity here. If we can control the tadpoles, we can keep ourselves safe. And liberate the world from this evil.
Man, you crazy, man. This shit's fucked. No. This is like literal evil magic. Parasites will keep eating though, won't they? Not ours, because we have something that prevents them from doing things. We have a thing that keeps them dormant. But regardless, these things are like literally evil.
So much for thinking you had ambition. Still, we're not there yet. Maybe you'll see the light. Yet.
Alright. Sleep. What? Split item. There we go. Oh, a dream.
The voice of the Absolute is strong here, and getting stronger. I don't know how much longer I can resist it. But it's good to see you're making progress. You took an unexpected route here. You did a brave thing, saving those people in the Grove.
Didn't seem like my help did them much good. The cultists caught up with them.
Don't be so hard on yourself. It's not your fault the world is wicked. You did the right thing. It
just doesn't stop. We are being bombarded by waves of telepathic energy. Wave after wave with hardly a breath between them. I almost dare not rest. Each wave a set of orders to the infected. The order for your transformation has been given many times already.
Sounded very protagonist of an anime kind of line. I am the protagonist. What do you mean? But not anime. I have the power of God and anime on my side. Literally, I'm a paladin. Is there anything I can do to help you?
I'm afraid this burden is one I have to carry alone. I just hope my powers last long enough to see this through. In any case, the Absolute knows you carry me with you now. It wants to retrieve me.
Why does the Absolute want you?
I am the only one who can resist the Absolute's influence. Hence its fear of me, its desperation. Unfortunately, that also means it is dedicating more and more resources to my retrieval. The task ahead is monumental. But we're all that stands between victory for the Absolute and freedom for all. This is not just about you and I anymore. It has become far bigger than us. You must infiltrate Moonrise Towers, discover the secrets of the Absolute, and put an end to it. So we can finally be free. Now I must rest. And you must carry on. Do not let my efforts be in vain.
I'll kill you so badly!
Does someone else want to hold this fucking lamp? Who am I taking with me? I've got Karlach with me. I want to take Shadowheart. Should I swap out Will? Swap out Will for Gale? Kind of want Gale. Or I could keep rocking Will, actually. Will's cool. What else do we have here? Are we good? Are we set? Yeah, we're set. Okay. I'm going to give this to Shadowheart. Alright, or should I give it to Will? No, it's best that I hold on to it because I'm the front line. But I want to use my mace. I want to use my mace so bad. So bad. I'll give it to Shadowheart. I can give it to Will, actually. Let's do that. Let's give it to Will. The Shadow Curse? Shadow Curse is powerful. It's a powerful threat that lurks and devours in the darkness. Surround yourself with light. to avoid its most lethal effects. Oh my god. Where's my mace? There it is. Whoa. Blood curse condition. Without a light source, you will take necrotic damage every turn. This damage doubles each turn you are afflicted with a shadow curse. Oh my god, it's terrible. Can I take out my weapons?
Where am I needed?
Alright, well. We can get out of turn-based mode.
Let's move.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Oh, actually, I need to find a fucking fast travel point around here. Those zombies. Okay. House of Healing.
A house of healing, from the looks of it.
Might be some potions inside. Or a load of cursed scalpels flying at our faces.
The zombies in there. Okay, well.
If not over, then through.
Oh. Are you not evil?
Here to see the doctor? Are we poorly? Are we desperately poorly? Oh, not so well. But well enough to wait. Join the line, and you will be seen.
Okay.
Be patient, be well.
Sponge tray, give me the silver tray.
Here to see the doctor?
Oh,
not so well. But well enough to wait. Join the line, and you will be seen.
Oh, you get pissed if I... Okay. Sure.
You're not sick. Not sick at all. Wait in line. Oh, not so well. But well enough to wait. Join the line, and you will be seen.
Where is the line?
Can't give up now.
What line are you talking about? A line? Is it not this way? Is it this way?
Press ahead.
Oh, not so well.
Okay, I'll get back in line. I don't... Where the fuck is the... Is this the line? Literally just being here.
Oh, not so well.
Alright. What are your combat capabilities? 48, AC 13. Resist to fire, necrotic. Oh shit, hang on. I'll be right back. Everything's okay. Just gotta help my parents with something.
Oh, ruffle bark, bark, oh, bark, arf, off, bark, ruffle bark, bark, ruff, arf, woof, woof, bark. Ruff, ruffle, bow, ruffle, gruffle, bark, bark, ruff, woof, woof, bow, ruffle, bark, bark, ruff, gruffle, bark, ruff, woof, bark. Oh, ruffle, bark, bark, oo, bark, arf, off, bark, ruffle, bark, bark, ruff, arf, woof, woof, bark, ruff, ruffle, bow, ruffle, gruffle, bark, bark, ruff, woof, woof, bow, ruffle, bark, bark, ruff, gruffle, bark, ruff, woof, bark. Oh, ruffle, bark, bark, oo, bark, arf, off, bark, ruffle, bark, bark, ruff, arf, woof, woof, bark, ruff, ruffle, bow, ruffle, gruffle, bark, bark, ruff, woof, woof, bow, ruffle, bark, bark, ruff, gruffle, bark, ruff, woof, bark, ruff, woof, bark, bark, oo, bark, arf, off, bark, ruffle, bark, bark, ruff, arf, woof, woof, bark, ruff, ruffle, bow, ruffle, gruffle, bark, bark, ruff, woof, woof. Oh, ruffle, bark, bark, oo, bark, arf, off, bark, ruffle, bark, bark, ruff, arf, woof, woof, bark, ruff, ruffle, bow, ruffle, gruffle, bark, bark, ruff, woof, woof, bow, ruffle, bark, bark, ruff, gruffle, bark, ruff, woof, bark. Ruff bark, woofle bark, or ruff bark, woofle bark, bark, ruffle bark, bark, or ruffle bark, oh, or ruffle bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle barker. Ruff bark, woofle bark, or ruff bark, woofle bark, bark, ruffle bark, bark, or ruffle bark, oh, or ruffle bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle barker. Ruff bark, woofle bark, or ruff bark, woofle bark, bark, ruffle bark, bark, or ruffle bark, oh, or ruffle bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle barker. Ruff bark, woofle bark, or ruff bark, woofle bark, bark, ruffle bark, bark, or ruffle bark, oh, or ruffle bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle barker. Ruff bark, woofle bark, or ruff bark, woofle bark, bark, ruffle bark, bark, or ruffle bark, oh, or ruffle bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle barker. Ruff bark, woofle bark, or ruff bark, woofle bark, bark, ruffle bark, bark, or ruffle bark, oh, or ruffle bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle barker. Ruff bark, woofle bark, or ruff bark, woofle bark, bark, ruffle bark, bark, or ruffle bark, oh, or ruffle bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, bark, woof bark, ruff bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle bark, girl bark, ruffle barker. woof bark ruffle woof bark you ruff woof woof bark bow with ref bark woof bark you bark ruff bark woof woof sniff bark ruff bow whoa bark woof bark ruffle bark you bark woof bark ruffle bark bow whoa woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow whoa woof bark ruffle bark sniff bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow whoa bark ruffle bark grr. Arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow wow. You bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark. Bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark. If I put bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff. Arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle. Bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark. Ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle. Ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle. Oh, woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you. Yep, woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark yep. Woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark. Sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow. Ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark. Bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woo. Yep, woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle. Bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark. Ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark woof bark ruffle bark you bow woof bark ruffle bark sniff arf woof bark ruffle bark you bow wow. Ruffle barky ball, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle barky ball, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle barky ball, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruff. Woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark. Ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof barker. Bark, yip, ruff, woofle, bark, wood, ruff, bark, woofle, bark, yelp, ruff, bark, woofle, sniff, bark, ruff, barker, with bark, ruffle, bark, yip, woof, bark, ruffle, bark, woof, bark, ruffle, barker, woof, bark, ruffle, bark, yelp, woof, bark, ruffle, bark, sniff, woof, bark, ruffle, bark, yip, woof, bark, ruffle, barker, woof, bark, ruffle. Yep, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yep, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, yep, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, snow, bark, sniff off, woof bark, ruffle bark, yep, woof bark, ruffle bark, bear, woof bark, ruffle bark, yep, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, yep, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, snow, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark. Yep, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, snow, yep, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, yelp, woof bark, ruffle bark, sni Our foot bark, ruffle bark, help all wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniff our foot bark, ruffle bark, hip all wolf bark, ruffle barker, our foot bark, ruffle bark, help all wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniff our foot bark, ruffle bark, hip all wolf bark, ruffle barker, our wolf bark, ruffle bark, help all wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniff our foot bark, ruffle bark, hip all bark, hip all wolf bark, ruffle barker, our wolf bark, ruffle bark, help all wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniff our foot bark, ruffle bark, hip all wolf bark, ruffle barker, our wolf bark, ruffle bark, help all wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniff our foot bark, ruffle bark, hip all wolf bark, ruffle barker, our wolf bark, ruffle bark, help all wolf bark, ruffle bark. Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Barker. Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow. Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow. Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker. Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark. Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark. Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer. Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruff. Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow. Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow. Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniff. Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Sniffer Woof Bark Ruffle Bark Yellow Woof Bark Ruffle Barker Woof Bark Ruffle Barky. If I would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle barker, would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle bark, sniff, I would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle barker, would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle bark, sniff, I would bark, ruffle bark, if I wow. Yep, I will bark, ruffle bark, sniff, I would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle barker, would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle bark, sniff, I would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle barker, would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle bark, sniff, I would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle barker. If I would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle barker, or would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle bark, sniff, I would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle barker, would bark, ruffle bark, if I would bark, ruffle bark, sniff, I would bark, ruffle bark, if I would. Oh, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker. Bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark. If I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark. Bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle. Woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark. Woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, oh, bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle. Yep, I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, oh, bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle barker, woof bark, ruffle bark, if I woof bark, ruffle. bark, you bow, woof bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, you bow, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, you bow, woof bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, you bow, woof bark, ruffle bark, sniff our woof bark, ruffle bark, you bow, woof bark, ruffle bark, woof bark, ruffle bark, you bow, woof bark, ruffle.
Dog toy, my dude. Damn. I am so sorry, guys, for the wait. Woo! No worries. Don't scroll up. How bad is it? Is it bad if I scroll up? I didn't spend over 1k points on shitpost TTS for games. Oh my god. You know what's crazy, my dude, is that that's going in the archive. So I'm not gonna watch it back, but someone's gonna hear that, and that's for them to know. But thank you guys so much for waiting. You would not believe the kind of shit I have to deal with. I have a cat who is very ill at the moment, and we're trying to take care of him. He's doing good. He's doing well. But he's still sick, and we're still giving him his medicines, and we're doing everything we can. But he's, you know, he's still sick, so we just gotta give it time. Baby boy has a bad tummy. But he's good now. We're gonna let him rest. Oh god, have you guys had to hear this pixie cry this whole time? I am so fucking sorry. Oh my god. Alright, where was I? Right, I'm waiting in line. What the fuck am I waiting in line for? Right, I'm debating killing you. My stuff was way worse. What do you mean your stuff was way worse? Maybe I will scroll back up. It's just a copy pasta. It's just a dog copy pasta. Oh my god, it's so much. Oh my god, you spent 1,000. You really did spend 1,000 channel points. Oh my god. Well, dog toy, you've done it. You've officially taken. You took over the chat for. How long was this? Like 30 minutes? It was yours. All yours. I'm just gonna kill you. What are you weak to Radiant? No. Starion's not here. I should have Karlach do this.
I'd love to, thanks.
No one back home will ever believe
Oh
this.
no, if I do this, do you think this will break my oath? I'm gonna do it. Attack!
Your violence hasn't gone unnoticed. It's about to be returned in kind.
I read online it will. How do you know this? You just know this? Attack. I won't have you pummel. Alright, what's your retaliation? An unarmed strike. Protection. Don't shield. Someone had the same problem before, and I saw it in a Baldur's Gate 3 Reddit. They had the same problem that they couldn't figure out what the fucking line was. I mean,
Nothing important is ever easy.
Attack. Can I please get the killing blow? Yes. Best gift and a key. Nothing happened. That didn't break my oath. Oh my god, this pixie is so annoying. Potion of sleep.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Give me that silver tray. Urgent request for supplies. Shut the hell up. Oh my god. Ooh.
Don't mind if I do.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
What's hiding here?
Won't you help me?
Blood bank bottle? Jar of coagulated blood? Oh, I don't like this. I don't like this. There's more of them inside. What are they doing? Ah, great. This is a fight, isn't it? Wait, if this is a fight.
Defender of the people. Never a dull moment.
Alright, let's do it.
The objective of the Scalpel Sisters is to soothe. For the Scalpel indeed is an extension of Shah. See how the patient reacts when I but stroke the right nerve. Hear its comfort, hear the very melody of mercy. Pray, sister, show us the extent of your beneficence. Stop. Stay your hand, for it slaps where it should stroke. We can hardly hear the patient's sighs of solace. Perhaps it is our unexpected audience that makes you quiver. Come, step forward. You are no sister, but that matters none. Every student is welcome.
Malice Thorm. Where have I heard your name? Thorm. Thurum. Thurum. Can I check my journal? I know I'm like mid dialogue. Malice Thorm. You're important. Maybe they fixed it because they are dead. Maybe. Maybe. I do not wish to study, only to lift the curse on this land. Or what wrong has this man done to deserve such torture?
Behold, sisters, the very face of ignorance. One who mistakes tenderness for torture. Go on, acquaint the face of ignorance with the true object of our studies.
Absence.
Absence. No other word captures the heart of Shah so very perfectly. It is the scalpel-led journey that leads from pain to peace.
Hells. Only a monster would inflict misery and call it medicine.
See? What is the light of eyes but the cancer that causes one to witness the laceration of being? If light is the symptom, then darkness is the cure. For in light there is presence, but in darkness there is absence.
In light is presence, in darkness, absence.
But you, look how the succor of Shah eludes you. See how painfully present you remain. We do not wish to see you suffer so. Let us cure you.
Shadowheart, you don't have anything to say about this? This is literally a Shar thing. Religion. Recall what you know of Shar's teachings.
You remember a Sharan maxim. Go forth and sow doubt, but do not compel it, for only the willing may know the lady's embrace.
Your subject is tainted. Shar's secure must only be granted to the willing.
Only the willing may know the lady's embrace. You know her teaching well. And yet these sisters must exercise their gifts, for the art of absence lies in its execution. How to proceed? I wonder.
I'm just gonna attack you. I don't like you. It's not even like a paladin thing. I'm killing you. Who's first? Karlach! Do your thing, girl. Is this guy still alive? I want to save him. I want to keep him alive. Alright. Get in there. Colossal Onslaught. Can you cleave?
This flesh must be flesh.
Master Surgeon's
The
will
next
is my
instrument system.
Come on, Karlach. Alright. Holy shit, level 7, 276 health, AC of 18. Resistant to all forms of regular damage and purely resistant to fire. Magic resistance. Has advantage on saving throws against spells, multi-attack wounded. Oh, you're a fight, but you're undead. Guardian of Faith or Turn Undead? Guardian of Faith. Busting out the big guns. This one's almost dead. Dead. Will, I would have you fireball. What else can you do? Ray of Enfeeblement on the big guy? That's a good idea. The two spread out to fireball. Going home, Lou. Thanks for streaming. No problem, Liz. Have a safe trip home. Thanks for stopping by. TY, have a good stream. Thank you. I could Scorching Ray this guy. Now, Ray of Enfeeblement. Excellent. Excellent. And for free, stab this bitch. Nice. I should have him compel duel. This will break Shield of Faith, though. No, keep it.
get this over with.
Concussive smash. I fucking missed. I still have a bonus action. I want to compel duel him, but I want to keep my shield of faith. I'll hang on to it. Alright, good damage. Karlach time. 1. Oh my god, really? 2. 3. Oh, this guy's tanky.
Your wish guides my hands.
I need to kill his ads. Shit. Paralyzed? How are you paralyzed? Oh, for fuck's sake. I should have something for this, right? Cures all diseases and poisons. No, doesn't work for paralyzed. Fuck. Two of us are down. Okay. What are the ads looking like? This one's half almost. This one's full, 48. This one's 48. I need Karlach on the others. Yeah, my spells kind of suck. Fine. Divine Smite. I fucking missed. Compel duel. He saved. Thank you for the head pats. This is rough. This is rough. This is rough. Provokes attack of opportunity. I need you to do it. We lost our homeboy. That's fine. 1, 2. And you still missed. Girl. Oh my god, that hurts so bad. Alright, you're not paralyzed anymore. Okay. What can you do that's huge that's level 3? Spirit Guardians? Fear? Please be feared. Fuck. Sanctuary will.
Time's running out.
Fuck, Will might go down. Oh my god, they're targeting Will. Moving would provoke attack of opportunity, right? Cool. This is the part where you Misty Step. Oh, but that's gonna... Yeah, you need a Misty Step. Wait, I can have you Misty Step for free. Never mind. LMAO. LMAO. Go like over here. Oh, great. We're Shadow Cursed. Fireball. 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 Can you fireball without hitting all of us? How do you fireball without hitting? You can only fireball. My other option is to shove Karlach. Shove Karlach as Lou and then move away. Let's try it.
Sometimes the only way out is through. Good idea.
That's fine.
This is my time.
Can you fireball? Yes, you can. Hit him. The dice fell off the table. Nice. Now run away. Even now we're Shadow Cursed.
Still breathing, despite everything.
The alternative is to have Will with me and then just have him go down just so we don't get Shadow Cursed. This kind of sucks. This kind of sucks. Wait, they're all split up. Sunbeam! Will this hit Will? It shouldn't hit Will. It should not hit Will. No, Will's not in range. Alright. Sunbeam! Oh my god. This motherfucker saved.
On my way. Forever dauntless.
Get in there, Karlach. Cleave. Oh my god, no way, bro. Can you pummel him? Oh, thank god.
Blood has pooled in the brain. I must open the cranium.
Finding my way.
Scorching Ray, I can have you do that for free. Yeah, do it. Hit this guy. Jesus. Awful.
Can't afford to let up.
First things first. Mass Cure Wounds. Turn Undead. They both saved? Shit.
Battle favors the fearless.
How am I dealing with you? How am I dealing with this one? This one's fucking annoying. Divine Smite, I think, is our best bet here. Good damage, good damage. Alright, Karlach, time to shine. 1. Reckless. 2. Frenzied Strike. 3. Alright, he's almost done. Damn, that really hurt. That one attack almost did my entire health. As a paladin. Oh my god, no, these ads gotta go, bro. These ads gotta go. Guiding bolt this bitch. Can you imagine if you could have been crit on? I would have died. I would have actually died. Fucking dude, I don't know. Healing word me. Will Eldritch Blast. Great, and I'm frightened. Can I frighten him back? No, he's almost dead anyway. What I should do, right, is I should give Inquisitor's Might to Karlach and have her finish him. That would be the optimal way to go about it. Alternatively, they just hit Divine Smite, just beat the shit out of him. Let's do that. All right, wait, no, I have disadvantage. All right, yeah, do Inquisitor's Might. Can I lay on hands myself? I can. Lamau. Almost back to full. All right, kill him. 1. Oh god, she's frozen. 2. What the fuck? Hello? Oh, you missed. 3. Oh my god, this guy's got so much health. That's because he's resistant to shit. Oh my god, you did not just raise you from the dead. Fucking great. Get in there and Spirit Guardians.
This is my time.
Eldritch Blast, get rid of the ad. Kill! Murder! For fuck's sake. Fine. Yeah! This guy's still alive? He's still alive. Wow, that fucked us up. That kind of fucked us up. That kind of really hurt. Ow. Short rest.
I'm ready.
Shadow Heart. Cure wounds on Will. That fucking didn't do shit. Whatever.
Let's get going.
I did a yay. What is this? Syringe. Ew. A strong paralytic poison. Oh, paralyzing poison. Bone saw.
No traps, please.
Trepan. Battered loot. Surgeon's subjugation amulet. Once per long rest, when you scored a critical hit on a humanoid, the wearer can paralyze the target for 2 turns. Oh. Cool. Oh, it's that guy's loot. Hey, are you okay? Unlock. Wait, where are you going?
Need to find a way forward.
Fucking follow him. Where'd he go? Does he know where he's going? Exactly. This man is blind. Okay, where did he actually go? Fucking great. Are you serious? I lost him. Why would he run? Key. Chest. Gloves. Poisoner's gloves. Whenever you deal poison damage, a target needs to succeed. Whenever you deal poison damage, target needs to succeed a Constitution saving throw or become poisoned. Oh. This kind of makes sense. He'd want a GTFO. Yeah. Suppose so. Oh. At least say I'm interested in the rest of this. Homie's in the Shadowlands though. He's gonna fucking die. That dude is like actually for sure gonna die. Oh well. Oh, you know what I could have done that would have been Oathbreaker? I could have just killed him. I don't know. Well, leaving the door open in case he's useful. Hello? Sister Lidwin? Who are you?
The doctor's found Oblivion. Well, no time to mourn. I'll fix this without him.
That body she's working on. That's Arabella's father.
Fuck, who's Arabella again? Is that one of the tieflings? Why are you treating a dead body?
Not dead. Merely medicated. To ease the pain.
I can sleight of hand to poke him. though. She's not gonna be happy about that.
Hey, don't do that to my patient.
Fine. Yep, these are tieflings. Wait, these are the parents of the kid that I saved. Oh, holy shit. I still haven't found that kid.
The doctor's teachings live on. I will be fine.
I see you have medical
Patients
hands.
will be fine.
Are you a
I'll
vet?
sell you what I can once I've stabilized the patient.
Oh. Okay. Loot. Hand drum. Training sword. Ball? Give me the ball. It squeaks. Ingredients. I don't do any potion crafting. Silver tray. Music box. And that violin. Barricade. What else have we got? Broken cupboard. I'm encumbered. Moldering coffin. I can't grave dig. Got tombstones over here.
Here lies faithful Jamie, the love of all our lives.
Oh my god, it's you. What was with those shadows?
Hey! I know you. You're... Twist 'em up.
Hey, that's Arabella. Kid from the Druid's Grove. That snake woman nearly did her in. Looks like she's learned a thing or two.
Sorry. It knocks the wind right out of me.
What are you doing out here? It's not safe.
I was looking for Mum and Pops. When Zevlor... when he... well... there was an ambush. Mum yelled, "Run!" So we ran. I could hear him run behind me. Till I couldn't. Still can't find him. But I bet you can. You'll help me, I just know it.
You notice the girl shivering in fear and anger. She is not yet ready to hear the truth of her parents' fate.
Oh boy. I have to tell her the truth. Oh, but she's not ready. I'm so sorry, kid. I'm so sorry.
I will.
I can detect thoughts of you. Persuasion, it's okay. I come to my camp? Okay. Well, I guess I'm adopting a child. Inspiration. Are you fucking me? Inspiration. There we go.
New family. But I don't want... All right. I'll go to the camp like you said. Just don't leave me.
Okay. It'd be pretty bad to leave a child who just lost their parents in the Shadow Place. Yeah. I figured I would have her go to the inn, but... I mean, I guess she should go to my camp instead. I mean, either places are fine. Talk to Damon, show the loot to Art. What else have we got around here? That's not... Moonrise Towers is over there. Rescue the Tieflings. Hidden treasure. Oh, man. No, I'm not ready for Moonrise Towers yet. Still have things I want to do. I want to explore the rest of this. We gotta go north. Uh oh.
Something over there.
Oh. A ring. True Love's Caress. One of the magical pair of rings. This allows the wearer to receive Warding Bond from a creature wearing the matching ring. What is Warding Bond? Ward an ally. They gain resistance to all damage and a +1 arm to their AC and saving throws. Each time the ally takes damage, you take the same amount of damage. Oh. He had me in the first half. What do we have here?
With a fleck of the wrist?
Nat 20. Sarcophagus. Graveyard Diary. What do we have? Boots of Apparent Death. These boots allow the wearer to cast Faint Death once per short rest. Terrible. Sarcophaguses. Oh, wow. Ice Bite Rope. Grants resistance to cold damage. Armor of Agathis. Nice. Bone. Bones. Rattle me 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 bones. This is the side door, right? Yeah, I don't need to go in here.
All these Dark Justiciars slain in battle. They must have a stronghold nearby.
Oh my god, it's Raphael.
Our hero thought but of treasure ahead, did not consider the peace of the dead. Through the dark he went creeping, and awoke what was sleeping. A new grave they dug, which he himself fed.
Ooh, spooky.
Miss one, Karlach. How long have you been standing there practicing that little recital?
Until it was perfect. I've grown quite fond of you, you know, in my way. I thought it only fair to warn you about the dangers ahead.
So you expect me to turn and walk away?
Don't be absurd. It would be pointless of me to try to bar you from entering. But I can set the scene, as it were. Prepare you for your role.
Cut to the chase.
I already did. If, through the dark, you go creeping and awake what is sleeping, chances are many more graves than yours alone will soon be fed.
Spell it out.
Very well. There is a creature that lurks in silence and shadow. A creature who, like me, is very much of the infernal persuasion. Should it make its way out through the very doors you are about to brazenly swing open, you'll have unleashed a pestilence upon this realm. In truth, it is carnage incarnate. So if you meet the devil of which I speak, kill it. Consider no other course of action.
I don't trust you. I don't trust you. Insight.
This creature and I go back a long way. I admit it would be in my best interest as well should it remain trapped in the dark. Or misplace its head, perhaps?
What are we talking here? Lemur? Pit fiend? Orthon?
Getting warmer. Warmer. Hot.
Sounds like an acquaintance. Sounds like an acquaintance I'd like to make, actually.
Listen here, Pipsqueak. Do not underestimate this opponent. At best, you will have the blink of an eye to strike. Strike first, strike true, defy the odds, for they are distinctly in its favor. That much I owe the bastard to concede. After all, if there is one rule I hold dear, it's that one must always give the devil his due.
Mausoleum entrance. This is the Shar Temple. But I find the moon song here. Interesting.
That might be worth a look.
Yeah. Hmm. Base Boost Wolf with the head pats. Oh my god, so many head pats. Thank you.
Dark Justicius.
Hello, friend.
Who fell long ago in service of Shar and Ketheric Thorm.
Ketheric Thorm. That's the guy? Damn, that guy went down like a bitch. I've been hearing about this guy like for like a year, it feels like. Now I finally know who it is and I just kill him like that. I was kind of expecting a little more. My shift has ended and I'm on my way home soon. Nice. Enjoy that home rest, my friend. Glad to hear you are on your way back to the comfort of one's mattress. God's sakes. The comfort of a dog's mattress is the comfort of the divine. I'm gonna eat my mattress. Don't eat the mattress. That's not good for you. Contraminal elemental. Ooh. Dog beds aren't that comfy. Mine's old. Aw, it's alright, dog toy. You can come sleep in my bed. Oh my god, you have the WoW as an emote? That was fast. I like that. The spring's sticking up in odd places already. Oh no. That's terrible. Oh. An elevator. Where does this take me? This would take me back down there. I don't want to go back down there. But I'll send the elevator anyway. Oh. Oh. Bye, Will. Bye, Will. Wait, he has the lamp. We need him. For fuck's sake. Are you kidding me?
The pride of the gate.
There we go. We'll all share Lou's bed. All are welcome in my bed. I have a very spacious bed. It's very spacious and actually very comfortable. I love my bed so much. Maybe that's why I'm so like addicted to, or not addicted, I should say, like, I don't know, maybe that's why I like sleeping so much, because I have a good mattress. Sleep is good. I love sleep. It's healthy for you, especially good sleep. Alright, well, I'm not going in there just yet. So true. Yes, Busty. Yes. Especially if you get to share your bed with friends. Have a little sleepover. We can do each other's nails and talk about boys. Although I'm sleeping in a twin-sized bed right now and managed to fall like a rock. Ooh. At the end of the day, that's the important part. You can get some good snoozing. Oh, holy shit. Enemies. Time to kill. I need to break my oath somehow. I just remembered. What door is this? Where does this lead me? Oh, I'm over here now. Where does this lead? Oh, that just goes straight up fucking over there. I need good sleep so bad. Aw, damn, homie. Do you have a couch? Is your couch more comfier than your bed? Sometimes that's the case. God knows I've had some nights where I've crashed on a good couch. Oh, my neck. Ugh. Skull Dog greater than Shadow Dog. You're goddamn right. Oh, that's a lot of bad boys. Who goes first? Karlach? Alright. I kind of really like that she always goes first. But I'm not going to have her attack just yet. Wait. Roll range damage twice. Yes. Have you ever cuddled with someone overnight, Lou? I have. It is one of the greatest feelings humanly achievable. And I strive to have that once again. Damn, I have disadvantage on everything. All right, throw it anyway. Oh, I still hit him. Oh, not the Aura of Vile Oblivion. Awesome. I had my first cuddle of a couple weeks ago. I couldn't stay the night, unfortunately. Oh no! I love cuddles. I'm a big cuddle bug. Especially because I sleep like a lot. Like those two things just kind of go hand in hand. Divine Sense? What am I activating here? No, I should compel duel the big one. Mm-hmm. Attack. Nice. Fireball. Dice fell off the table. Nice. This guy didn't get any hit. Why are they full health still? I hate that. But yeah, you could ask some of my I mean, maybe don't. This is better. This is a metaphor. You could ask my exes. But I love cuddling. Speaking of hope, Spirit Guard. I should Spirit Guardian. Right, you should Spirit Guardian, right? Yeah, you should Spirit Guardian. Damn, you insta-killed that guy. I get too hot. I can only do it for a bit. That's another thing about me too. Fucking, I have like high like body heat, I guess. I have an above average body temperature, so cuddling is great for me when in like the winter, but in the fall not so much. Can I go over here? Can you cleave? No, your cleave can't reach. Damn, Lou, you are in the perfect position for me to be able to hit someone, but Karlach, you need to get in position. Fine, fuck it. Just kill the dog. The dog is evil. It must be slain. I'm sorry. Honestly, yeah, I noticed I had to take a break after a while, but also I was cuddling a 350-pound bear of a man. Oh damn. In the dead of winter, I'll still have a fan on, TBH. I get hot at night, IDKY. I love sleeping with my air conditioner on, because then I can get warm, like in my sheets, and then I have like a I don't know, like a warm space, and it's nice. I like it. Damn, you still missed.
Ready.
First things first, I need you to come in. I also live in a warm climate, but even in winter, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, I've had some nights in the past, and like some summer nights where I was cuddling some of my partners, and my partner had to like nudge me away and be like, it's too hot to cuddle, and I'm like, damn. But also I get it. It's because it gets really hot in the summer here too, so I feel you. What can I do to kill you? What are you guys? Shadow Cursed Dwarf. You're just undead. Okay. Can I flame breath the three of you? I can. Sure.
Battle favors the fearless.
Can you go here? Burning hands, everyone that's not me. No, you don't want burning hands me anyway. I'm resistant to fire. Oh, nice. Nice. Spirit Guardians. This is the last thing I'll say about it. I have a feel. Isn't it like scientifically proven that you get like better sleep if you're like cuddling someone? Someone can quote me on that. Isn't there like a actual like study? A morgue? What the fuck? It's a real thing. Like cuddling is good for you, and it's awesome.
Listen, the psionic detector. Githyanki are lurking nearby.
Oh fuck.
My faith protects me.
Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Should we short rest? We should short rest. Fucking Githyanki are here. I don't know how how much of a battle that is. I'm scared. No, just AoE heal. No, we should short rest so that we can get his fucking point back.
Sharp as ever.
Oh yeah, this guy's out of warlock spells. Nope.
Just A brief respite.
Touch just improves your health so much. Oh yeah, physical affection does wonders. Can you see them from where you are? Can you spell snipe?
Can't give up now.
I don't see them. But I'm ready now if they do want to fight. Tell you what, where's Will? Alright, you already got mage armor on. Wait, what's your AC with mage armor? 15. Ugh, that's not good. Do I have Shield of Faith on? Damn, you're telling me when I don't have Shield of Faith on, my natural AC is 21? Dude! $23. Oof. Oh, I'm ready. Oh, I'm ready. There they are.
Well, Horgaz failed to kill you. I won't make the same mistake.
Alright, Karlach. Oh, wait, it's Will's turn first. Will? Fireball these sons of bitches. Yes. Ooh, alternative, I can hypnotize. Ooh. There's so many good things. Having Will go first is actually huge. Hypnotic pattern. This lasts 2 turns. Do it. Oh, we'll just get all of them. No, it doesn't travel in elevation. Or does it? Oh, this would get me as well. Don't get me. Lou, you're too far. You're too far up. Right there. I can get all of them. Alright, well, that's 2 down.
Let's cut your fire, baby.
Alright. We can ignore this one. Can you fight this one? You can. Holy shit! Level 9 Avatar of Vagalith. Get Yankee War Magic. These guys really don't fuck around. AC 17, 127. Alright, we're fighting.
Poor fucker.
Reckless. Holy shit, you still missed.
What should I do?
Here's what you're gonna do. What are you gonna do? Holy shit. I can have you mirror image. Or just spam Sanctuary. Sanctuary will. Because we're gonna need him. And then for your action, getting bolt this bitch? No, who's next? This one, then this one. This one's probably gonna wake up his friend. We're still in a good position to fireball. They're probably gonna Misty Step up here too. Thinking. Oh, you can blind people! Blind this bitch. Never mind. Alright. Well, I tried. Also, I just realized I should have saved before this fight. Yeah, great. It's Lou time. Time to do Lou things. What can you do? I only have a level 2 spell slot. I could hold person someone. I should hold person the leader. Or compel duel. No, this will break my Shield of Faith. We could just beat the shit out of this guy. Damn, they're level 9. We could still do this. He's gonna wake up his friend. Oh, he missed! That one's still knocked out. Will, what are you doing? You holding the hypnotic pattern? You are. Oh, you can fireball anyway. Alright. Fireball, fireball. Everybody loves fireball. Right there, right? Yeah. Good damage, good damage. Alright, get down here and beat up this bitch.
Let my enemies fall.
Let's go.
57, 23. One at a time, one at a time. Slowly but surely, we're gonna beat them all up.
The blade will not bend.
Beat them all up. Guiding bolt. Oh, you're at a disadvantage. Fuck. Hmm. Alright, Karlach just needs to do damage then. Maintain formation. Almost dead. Maintain formation. Maintain formation. Shit. Ready to parry, huh? Parry this. Right, is this what I want to do? Yes. Damn it, the other one woke up. This is still fine.
My time's running out.
Oh. Will, no! Oh my god! Oh, Will. Oh, you're so weak, bro. I really wish you had more than just 2 Warlock spell slots. That's kind of like actually the biggest thing holding you back right now. You're gonna have to Misty Step again. But first, Karlach, please kill. Holy shit, girl. Fucking finally. $73, 26. Fuck. I'm thinking. I have a potion that can give you back a spell slot. I don't think that'll work though. I can have you throw the paralyzing potions, Will. Now that's not bad. Actually, they're bunched up. What the fuck am I talking about, bro? We have grenades. Holy shit. Yo, give the grenades to Will. Grenade. Will, you are now the grenadier. Oh yeah, look at that. They're bunched up as fuck. Oh, of course. Karlach, you focus that one. Is throwing is an action. Okay, perfect. So you can Misty Step. But why does Misty Stepping provoke attack of opportunity? No, wait, what's your throw range? Would you still be able to from there? Yes, okay. Throw a grenade. Right there. Damn.
Concentrate.
This is bad. It's the part of the game where it's just a random bullshit. Go. Potion of sleep. That might not be bad. I have a bunch of alchemist's fires. Slime bomb could work. Damn, these potions are worth a ton. Ah, this is gonna suck. No, better to use them. Alright, Shadowheart. Random bullshit. Go. Get this bitch.
Get to work.
Oh, it worked. Let's go. Alright, no sanctuary will. Let's go. I can't believe that actually worked. Hold person on this guy, I'm thinking. Or this guy. No, because his two buddies are next. They're all next. I don't know if I'm going to be able to maintain that concentration. They have arrows of multi-attack. That's going to be really difficult to maintain. Wait, but except my concentration is goated. Do you know who I fucking am? Now hold person. Damn, he's saved. What can you do? You can silence, do chromatic orb. That's 3d8. Ray of sickness. Do chromatic orb. That's AoE, right? No, it's single target? It's this guy. You fucking missed! Wow, that's terrible. That's really bad. Drink a potion. One. Oh, great. 2. Pummel. Throw another paralyzing potion. Hit the rangers or hit this fucking guy? I should hit this guy. When does this one end? Next turn. All right. No, hit these sons of bitches. Fuck, he's saved. And he's not paralyzed anymore. Oh, great. This is kind of rough. This is kind of rough. Wow. Wow. It's literally all up to Karlach. Abjure enemy. Please. So you're immune to frighten. Okay. That was a waste. Fuck. And they keep rallying each other. Oh boy. It's okay, it's okay, nobody panic. No, this fight's kind of fucked actually. We're kind of doing terrible. Fuck, this is really bad. This is so bad. This guy's so fucking tanky, bro. Oh my god, this guy's so tanky. Please die. I'm literally begging you to die. Oh my god, you missed, bitch. Stop missing. I hate it here. Alright, well, we lost. We lost. Yeah, we lost. We're done. Fuck. Now it's over. Alright, reload. How far back are we going? Oh god, no! It's the beginning of the House of Healing. No. Why do I not save more often? Fuck. Can I recover? Somewhat. I'm gonna try my fucking hardest. Great. Oh, let's go. What's Karlach looking like? What do I have to throw? What do I have to throw? What do I have to throw? I have acid, I have void bombs. I could take the grenades off of Will. Let's do that. Oh, was that my action? Oh, fuck. Fine. Oh my god, girl, hang on. Please. Fuck. Protection, roll disadvantage. Activate shield. And you still hit a fucking... Fuck you. Of course you rolled like dog shit. Fuck you. Oh my god. Fuck, I'm out of like a lot of options. You fucking serious? I need this guy to die. You keep rolling like shit. All right, it's over. Fuck. Fuck you, Karlach.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Shut the hell up.
Damn, it's good to be alive.
Alright, who's got items? Sorry, yeah, this. Fuck. Gotta go through that whole fight all over again. I'm gonna be honest, I kinda wanna take out Will. Will, you're useful for 2 turns, and then when you're out of your 2 spell slots, you're kinda fucking useless. I'm swapping out Will. Like, cool, you're good for the 1 fireball. You know who does fireball way better than you? Gale.
What next?
Defender of the people.
Should give us Shadow Heart. Yeah.
All's well that ends.
Here's the real question. Am I bringing Gale or am I bringing Lae'zel for this fight? Or am I bringing Astarion? Who am I bringing for this one? Astarion, I'm gonna be honest. You kind of suck also. Your accuracy is so piss poor. Do I not have a potion of accuracy? I've got like 7 bajillion. I do. I have oil of accuracy. Coat your weapon to receive +2 bonus to attack rolls with the oiled weapon. Does this work on arrows? Does it work on bows? I hope that works on bows. Give to Astarion. All right, am I bringing Astarion or Lae'zel? I just noticed right, Gale and Lae'zel are still not level 7. What do they get at level 7?
We must press forward. Let's deal with Ketheric, then find Voss in Baldur's Gate.
Mm-hmm.
Make space, and my might is you. Well chosen. Action, not reaction.
Oh, he had a maneuver. Oh. I remember this. Right, I gave you trip attack. Push could be good. Push could be good. I like Commander's Strike because in combination with Karlach, this can kind of go kind of hard. And I feel like push is actually kind of redundant because I could just... because shove is an action. And she is the, well, like, the strength person in our party. So if there's anyone who's going to be able to succeed a shove, yeah, it's probably her. And what does this do? It just adds a superiority die to add a 1d8. Nah, not worth it. Direction ally to strike a foe. The ally uses a reaction on their next turn to make a weapon attack. I like this. I like this. I think they add damage dice too. It's just a 1d8. It's not really worth it. What items do you have again? Right, you have this. You have that. I want to get a better sword for Karlach. You've got a 2d6 plus 4. And this is 1d12 plus 5. And also plus 2. But that plus 2 is one of your bonus things, right? Yeah, because you have a ring that just gives your weapon plus 2. Yeah, your sword's kind of ass, Karlach. I should get you a better sword. Am I swapping out Karlach? Is this what I'm doing? You know who I do want to actually swap out is fucking Shadowheart. I want people who do things. And Shadowheart kind of just heals. No, because you do Radiant against undead. And this whole area is undead. You're useful. I'm just salty about it. Alternatively, I can have you two swap armors. That would bring your AC to 17, and that would bring your AC to 18. Is that good? Do I want that? I do kind of want you with an AC of 17. I do like that, actually. Hang on. $18 is a good AC to have, especially around this level. I mean, it's no 21 AC, but hey. Can you do healing on undead too to hurt them? Oh, you're so fucking right. I completely forgot about that. I forgot that that's a feature entirely. Am I good with this party? Am I satisfied? Am I satisfied with this party? Yes, we're hella frontline. We're like really hella frontline, but like I mean it works. We could definitely use a backline. This party is hella. This party is hella. I really want to get you a better sword. That's like really irking me. Now that it's been pointed out to me.
Without delay.
Still alive, so that's progress.
Okay, like damn, go. Your sword is fucking actual like booty cheeks. Worst part is I don't have anything to replace it. Damn.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Oh right, the fucking.
What am I to do?
Eager for battle.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Oh my god, that pixie is so annoying.
Repositioning.
Kill! Murder! Defensive attack. Whoa, at the start of a round you can reduce... Oh right! And this ups your fucking AC! I completely forgot about this. Reduce the weapon's additional attack bonus by 1 to increase your armor class and saving throws by 1. That's so huge, bro. No, you don't have to do it right now. Oh my god.
It's a fight. The cons.
You fucking missed. I can't believe you actually missed.
Ready for another round?
Smack. Can you smack? Oh my god, shut up. Hang on, this is bothering me. Arrow.
This is gonna feel good.
Alright, what are you gonna do? Alright, well, that was annoying. Oh, this happens at the start of every round. Oh. And you still miss. Why is everyone missing? Why is everyone missing? Why is everyone missing? Goes into fetal position. Why is everyone missing? Why is everyone missing? I'm losing my mind. Can't reach destination. What the fuck are you talking about? I should divine smite you, but I don't want to waste spell slots.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
You do know that you can have this out and your shield, right? You fucking moron. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be like aggressive. I'm still kind of a little salty about that that Githyanki fight. I'm just a little peeved. Thank you for that, Bats. Oh my god, and this pixie is actually driving me up the wall. Shadowheart should be power gaming right now. Should be.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Sponge tray, sponge tray. Potion. I'm gonna try and instigate a fight with this guy before he tries to before he pops that dude's eyeballs. What else do we need to use?
What's next, I wonder?
I should do mass healing word. Yeah, do mass healing word. Do you have to do anything before fighting? Commanding strike used as an action and a bonus action? Never mind, this was actually awful. I mean, to be fair, none of the other options were very good anyway.
My faith protects me.
Oh, I could go for a good meal.
Alright. I'm saving. That would be swell, I think. I did just eat, and I don't think I'd survive if I see that again. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best. I'm just gonna start fighting. Blah blah blah. He stabs him.
Come, step forward.
Attack. I hate that I have to do this fight again. Oh, I genuinely hate that I have to do this fight again. Should I Divine Smite? Sure. Yeah, divine damage is gonna fucking carry us a lot. This whole encounter. You need to frenzy, and then you need to go over there, but you're literally blocked. Oh, no. Never mind, you're good. Please kill. Oh my god, 4 health.
This flesh must be flayed.
Your wish guides
The
my
next
hand.
instrument system.
Fucking paralyzing potions.
Behold, the leech for draining humors most.
Spirit Guardians. Spirit Guardians. Spirit Guardians. Spirit Guardians. Sanctuary yourself, teehee. Lae'zel! Time to do Lae'zel things. I have high expectations for you.
Taste my fury.
Needs a 13 to hit, they roll a 17. Actually, do it. Oof. The big damage from Lae'zel. You're out of movement. I could have you Misty Step. No. I want you to get to the back line so bad. Can you? Oh, you can. Oh, that would use bonus action. No, fuck. I need you to not use your bonus action. Ah. Fine, just move. Just move, but hang on to the rest of your shit. Oh my god. Fuck you so much. What are you? You are confused. You confused my fucking fighter. Affected entity is hostile to everyone, wanders around aimlessly, and occasionally skips turns. How do I knock you out of this? Can I lay on hands you? That doesn't fix you? I actually hate it here. Fuck off. Oh no, and Karlach's paralyzed. I hate it here. Shut up, Pixie. Oh my god. You're pissing me off. You two are actually the bane of my existence. Guardian of Faith. Oh no, it's gonna hit my fucking teammates. Is there really? Cure a creature from disease, poison, paralysis, or blindness. Does this not work on confusion? Why does this not work on confusion? Are you fucking serious? You're literally the only one here who's who's... Oh, Shadowheart. Mirror image yourself. I hate this. I hate this so much. Oh, you saved. Yes. Oh my god, Lou! Are you fucking insane? I mean, you killed one of the enemies, but no, you killed the... I'm having a bad time. I'm having an awful time.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Shut the fuck up.
Come, step. This flesh must be flesh.
Master Surgeon's
The
will
next
is my
instrument.
Kill the ads first.
The hammer's gonna fall.
Oh, I should have you fucking Colossal Onslaught. Alright. I hate how they just run, man. Fuck.
Still yourself. The source deep. The shadow.
Now you just gotta start beating up this guy. Alright.
Taste my fury.
No. Holy shit, girl. Disarming attack, goading attack, trip attack. You don't have a fucking weapon. Oh my god, I hate it here. It's fine. It's fine. Evasive footwork.
Can't give up. Not now.
Guardian of Faith. Sanctuary. Karlach? No, Sanctuary yourself. Divine Smite. Divine Smite again. Level 2. I fucking critical missed. Damn, that did so much damage. Karlach, kill! Karlach, kill! You know what? No, pummel this bitch. Shield. I hate that they're running. Oh my god. Oh wow, it pisses me off. Wow, it pisses me off. Wow. Okay. You're slowed. Can't use reactions. You're just gonna have to do your best, girl. You're just gonna have to do your best. It needs an 18 to hit. They rolled a 19. Up my AC. Can't use reactions. It's fine. Evasive footwork.
My faith will protect me.
Level 3 cure wounds on Lae'zel. Get her back in the fight. Get her back in the fight. Who else needs to be healed? Karlach. Oh, I mean, honestly, it's mostly just Lae'zel. I could sanctuary someone. No, actually, it's fine. That guy's dead. Karlach, kill. Wait, what? Oh, why'd it put me on Karlach? I could sunbeam. I'm sunbeaming. Did I just hit fucking Lae'zel? I can't believe I just hit Lae'zel with that. I can't believe that it doesn't fucking... Just let me know! Melis Thorm, Shar's Scalpel. I'm killing you. I'm killing you. I'm killing you. Here I go, killing you again. Literally killing you again. Compel duel. Holy shit. Wow, that hurts. Kill. Oh my god, I can't believe I'm gonna have you go upstairs. This is so stupid. This is actually so stupid. You know what? No. They left him. They left the homeboy. I'm killing this motherfucker. They left the big guy.
Close ranks.
Oh, you fucking missed. I hate you so much. Yeah, that's why you better spend your action dashing, you sons of bitches. Great, now everyone's here. The whole fucking they really got the whole squad laughing with this one, huh? Jesus Christ.
Can't give up.
No way. I could either Spirit Guardians in there or Guiding Bolt the big guy. But this one only this one only goes for the next one.
On my way.
Fuck it. Second win yourself, right? Or Hunter's Mark. You could Hunter's Mark. Hunter's Mark that make fucking big suns. Oh no, that's one every long rest. I'm burning out here, man. I'm burning out. Now heal yourself. How often do you get back your superiority dice? Short rest? Alright. Evasive footwork! Level 2. Divine Smite. Ooh, big damage. Karlach, I'm begging you to kill. Oh my god, you are so terrible. Oh my god, he's 5 health. Jesus Christ. Kill. You fucking missed. Whatever. There you go. Now please kill this fucking guy. Thank you. Thank you. People are dying. Are you fucking serious?
Well, so much for peace.
This bitch is almost full too. I actually hate it here.
Another day, another fight.
Awful. Just terrible. Just awful.
A long way to go still.
Took the edge off.
That helps.
No time to rest.
I'm almost out of spell slots. Time to drink a spell slot potion. I don't know why I do this more often, or why I don't do this more often. I only have a level 2. I had potions for level 1. Where are they? They might be back at camp. I mean, regardless, I could still use this. You did good, thank you.
What's in here?
Are your eyes popped? They shouldn't be. Alright, well, he's gone. Eyes auto gone. Yeah, I guess the game has it scripted. It's a scripted cutscene event. Woo! Key. Painted chest. I hate that I have to do this all over again. All over again. What the fuck? Okay, cool, I guess. All over again. All over again. I have to use the bathroom really quick. I'll be right back.
Bark, you power, wolf bark, ruffle barker, wolf bark, ruffle bark, you power, wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, wolf bark, ruffle bark, you power, wolf bark, ruffle barker, wolf bark, ruffle bark, you power, wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, wolf bark, ruffle bark, you power, wolf bark, ruffle barker, wolf bark, ruffle bark, you power, wolf bark, ruffle. Yep, wolf bark, ruffle barker, wolf bark, ruffle bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, wolf bark, ruffle bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle barker, wolf bark, ruffle bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, wolf bark, ruffle bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle barker, wolf bark, ruffle bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle bark, snow, whoa, 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 whoa. Bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, wolf bark, ruffle bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle barker, wolf bark, ruffle bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle bark, sniffer, wolf bark, ruffle bark, yelp, wolf bark, ruffle barker, wolf bark, ruffle.
Dog toy. Can't leave you alone for 2 seconds, can I? Don't give me that face. You know what you've done.
Oh, cursed to put my hands on everything.
You don't understand. I saw a squirrel. You're adorable. Alright, now we gotta do the thing with the kid.
The doctors found
that body she's working on. That's Arabella's.
Not dead. Merely medicated to ease the pain.
I'm gonna say something different this time. The patient's dead, bro.
The patient is asleep. The sedative is quite strong, you see.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right, I stole a bunch of shit from here. What else am I stealing?
for more?
I'm just gonna steal everything. Steal the ball. It's gonna squeak. Yeah. Potion ingredients. Yep.
Are you out there? Please, please, please,
Now I'm encumbered. Ingredients. Ingredients. I've got some bloody ingredients here. Some bloody ingredients, you say. This is where you had to make a pit stop to drop stuff off again. Yeah. I'm doing it all over again. Apple. Thank you. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. Fucking shitty ring. Deja vu. Hey, kid.
Hey, isn't... Sorry. Knocks the wind right out of me.
What are you doing here?
I could still can't find them.
Parents are dead.
You lie! They're out there!
Persuasion.
If you won't find them, I will!
I passed the first time.
New fam. Just don't...
Cool. Deja vu. 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 Deja vu.
They must have a stronghold nearby or a temple.
Need to save to prevent additional deja vu. You're so fucking right. And now I need to have the conversation with this fucking chuckle fuck. Yeah.
And you? And I've grown quite fond of you, you know, in my way. It would be pointless of me to try to bar you from entering. Chances are, in truth, it is carnage incarnate. So if you meet
Can I
the
succeed
devil
this?
which I speak, kill it. Consider no other course of action.
I can.
This getting warmer. Let's do strike after.
Fascinating. The riveting. Well.
Dark justiciars who fell long ago in service of Shah and Ketheric Thorm.
Ketheric Thorm these nuts. Ketheric Thorm. My balls. Ketheric Thorm. My penis. I'm sorry. It's getting to me. The deja vu, it's rotting my brain. Pick this shit up, go over here, grab the shit over there. Oh, for fuck's sake.
I wonder what's past this.
pool. Wait, that's different. Fuck is this? Purple worm toxin. Whoa, D10 poison. Sick. Deja vu. 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 Mm-hmm. Deja vu. I sure do love when the world gives me deja vu. What the fuck is this? Okay. Take it, I guess. Deja vu. The world gives me deja vu. And in return, my brain is rotting away with all of the deja vu. Deja vu. Deja vu. I love deja vu. Deja vu loves me. And I love deja vu. And deja vu loves me. Da-na-na-na. Oh, right, we have to do this shit again. Alright, dude, I don't know, man. You know what else I just remembered? I have holy water. I should be using that. I should be having you do this, actually, instead of doing that. Oh, well. Can I have you... Not the same turn. Okay, well. Wait there, I guess. Mm-hmm. Oh my god, you do so much damage. Holy shit. Am I having you short rest after this? Might not have to, actually. Fuck it. Jesus, girl. Never mind, you don't do shit. Oh, wait. Evasive footwork. Evasive footwork. We love evasive footwork. We love evasive footwork. We love evasive evasive footwork. Evasive footwork. I love evasive footwork. I love evasive footwork. I love evasive footwork. Actually, just cast a cantrip. Wow, that didn't do shit. Fucking never mind, I guess. Wow, they are just all next to me, aren't they? Where's my holy water? This shouldn't hurt Karlach. Can I get all of them? Can I at least get 3 of them? I just want these 3 goons. No? Fine. That was kind of useless. Jesus. Thinking to myself, I don't want any Shield of Faith because I still have to fucking go through the fucking look at the Yankee fight. Wow, this sucks. Oh wait, I forgot you exist. Girl, it's time to do some big damage.
Over there.
Does Colossal Onslaught hit friendlies? I mean, it's gonna be one hell of a way to find out, right? Nice. Shoo! Yes. Yes. Can you cleave and hit all 3? No. Moving provokes attack of opportunity. Alright. Hit these 2. Alright, never mind. Let's just go with these 2. 17. Damn. Oh my god. You do so much damage. Oh my god. You don't do anything. Attack. Attack. Attack again. Almost. Attack. Jesus, sure. Oh my god. Oh. How do you do so much damage? Is it the axe? I should swap Karlach. Or like swap Karlach's weapon. That's kind of crazy how much damage you do. Like, fucking, oh my god. Jesus. Save.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
All right, I'm gonna do the Githyanki fight. And then I'm gonna probably call it there. I feel like I haven't done shit this time around. That's because I did so much backpedaling. What a fucking something.
Blackhead's warriors are upon us. Hey, good looking.
I almost want to not have Shadowheart for this fight. I think for this fight, I might actually want Astarion. Or Gale. Gale would go hard. Do I want Gale? Is that what I'm doing? Am I swapping out Shadowheart? No, because Shadowheart can, like, still heal, I guess. I guess you can heal. Sure, I guess you can do things. I don't know. It just feels like... It feels like you don't really do much. You're kind of just here for the undead. And I'll be honest, your healing is kind of, like, really not good. Alright, I'm swapping him out.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Here's the next thing. Astarion? Astarion? Oh, wait. Shadowheart has the fucking lamp. Oh, shit. Do I take the lamp now? Should I take the lamp? I should take the lamp because I already used my sunbeam for the day. What else does this fucking do? Alright, that's it. Alright. Yeah, I'll take it.
I wonder what the next move is.
Tell you one thing though, this Githyanki loot that I'm about to get, better make mad money. Better make mad money.
I've wished to live in more interesting times.
Oh god. Astarion or Will? I mean, Astarion or Gale? You know, I haven't seen what level 7 Gale does.
I do enjoy our conversations. What do you need? Would that I could. Back in the... I applaud your taste.
A wizard! You get level 4 spells. That's right. What do I want to give you? Ice Storm, 2d8 plus 46. That's not bad. Fire Shield. Greater Invisibility. Black Tentacles. Dimension Door. Conjure Minor Elemental. I'll give you that one. And Confusion. Confuse a group of creatures, causing them to attack at random, wander around aimlessly. Ooh, Confusion is actually pretty good. Blight. Banish. I'm gonna do Confusion. I think this is what I gave him last time too. What am I giving you? You have that, you have that, you have that. Mirror image. Fucking get off, take off Witch Bolt, man. This Witch Bolt sucks. I don't want to give you Magic Missile, but I think I'm just gonna have to anyway. Chromatic Orb. Could give you Chromatic Orb. Be 3d8, 20 for 24. 3d4 for 15. No, because this would be good for breaking concentration. Do they have casters? I don't think they have casters. Alright. God damn. Right, you got good shit now, and I actually have things to trade you. Yeah, I found this. Lets you cast Armor of Agathis. It gives you cold resistance. This one just gives you fire resistance. On a successful saving throw against a foe's spell, deal 4 to 7 fire damage to them. This one's also good. These are both good. What's Arbor of Agathis? Gain 15 temporary hit points and deal 15 cold damage to any creature that hits you with a melee attack. I don't know if that one's worth it, actually. I feel like fire resistance is more important than ice. Oh, I just realized I can have you learn more shit with the... Oh my god. This is gonna be expensive. This is gonna be so expensive. Yeah, by value. Can learn Phantasmal Killer for 200 gold. 100. Oh yeah, this gets expensive. This 100% gets expensive. Let me see these smaller ones. I can have you learn Web for 100 gold. Damn, wizards are expensive. Sure, get this one. What's this one? Scroll of Sleet Storm. How much money do we have? Almost 5,000. It is worth. It is worth. It is worth to have you. Yes, because you are now the dedicated. You are the dedicated mage. So I am willing to put forth an investment into Gale to have him learn cool shit. All right. Now if I open up this, oh yeah, you know a lot of things. You know a lot of things. Conjure Minor Elemental. Actually, I had a scroll of Conjure Minor Elemental. I could have given you something else. Oh, fuck. I've still got scrolls, yeah. Hang on, I need to sort my shit.
No one stopped me yet.
Where are my scrolls? Where are my scrolls? Yeah, I did have a... Fuck! Oh well.
Excellent choice.
Spell already known. I could have you learn Fly. Alright. Netherese Orb Blast. Cantrip. Gale triggers the Netherese Orb to his chest, destroying everything in Elder... Oh my god! Holy shit! No! Oh my god, no. That's crazy that's an option. Blurred visibility. Damn, you got... This dude's kind of packing. This dude's packing heat. Right? Hold on. What do you know again? All right, yes, correct. This is good. Actually, I should have you... not have Fireball because you can already cast it for free. In the meantime, I can give you another level 4. As a matter of fact, you have a lot of things here. You can take off Sea Invisibility for now. I want you to have Web. Phantasmal Killer, Confusion, Minor Elemental, Stone Skin, Polymorph, Banishment. Give me Minor Elemental. Should I have you take off Magic Missile? Yes. Give me Confusion. Okay. Perfect. I'm ready, man. I'm ready for Gale to pop off. You know, he's extraordinarily weak. Oh my god, this man has 40 health. Holy shit, this guy can actually get one-shotted by like a lot of things. Almost everything, holy god. But man, am I gonna fucking have you help. You're gonna help.
I crave blood.
Lae'zel, I need to give you a potion. I need to divvy up some potions. Divvy up some potions. All right, now you're full.
No one back home will ever believe this.
You help me, set me free.
Save. All right. Let's do this, Leroy! Oh wait, I should Shield of Faith. Jenkins! Wait, do I have my... Get the fucking shield out. What are you, stupid? Alright.
Will Wargaz fail to kill you? I won't make the same mistake.
I hate that pixie. The second I have I no longer need her, I am stepping on her. I'm killing her. I'm so fucking serious.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
Can I kill this guy off the bat? $47. 25. I could actually almost kill this guy. Please. Fucking, I missed. Wait. Please. Oh, he's so low. He's actually so low. Oh my god. Can I shove you? What's the X for? Does that mean I can't shove you? Ah. Let's go, Gale! Alright! All right, confusion. Boy, What? Huh? I could just delete these two off the bat, right? If I do it down here, will that affect the guy on the staircase? No. Elevation, my one true enemy. Oh, this can affect the leader though. I only have one spell slot. I only have one level 4 spell slot. Should I do this or should I do conjure minor elemental? I mean, I have to scroll for it anyway, so I can always still do that for free. All right. Confusion. Let's go. All right, now back the fuck up. Lazo! Lazo! What's that? What's that? Oh, you fucking missed. Are you serious? Are you serious? You serious? Holy shit, girl. Eldritch Blast. Nope. You do have a caster. Oh. How'd you critical miss? Whatever. We still have two of them that aren't in play. Kill. Fucking finally. Fucking someone does something in this fucking place.
Eat it.
Don't reckless.
No choice but to keep going.
If I keep going forward, no, I need Lae'zel in there. You're not gonna have enough movement.
Make way.
No, you're literally right there. I should give you the ring of movement. It is so critical that you have that. Can I give that to you now? That takes your action. That's totally fine though. I just want you in range. That might have not been worth it. Did I not short rest? Why do you not have action surge? Oh shit, should I have short rested? It's fine. It's fine. Second win. Wait, can you evasive footwork? Can't evasive footwork. Alright, never mind.
This is worth the cost.
I can't even get over there. Could Misty step over there? Or I can compel duel. She's saved. Never mind. She's saved. Of course she's saved. You know what'd be really funny? Hold person. Fuck you.
Allow me to demonstrate. With haste.
Get in there, Gale. Do some cool Gale shit. What do you have at level 3? What do you have that's awesome? Do something cool. Do something fucking sick. Oh, this will break the confusion. What do you have that's sick that won't break the confusion? Scorching Ray. Let's do it. Path's interrupted. Hey, path is interrupted. We love it. Me oh my oh me. Me oh my oh me. Me oh my oh me. Me oh my. That's gonna. My brain. My actual fucking brain. I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Alright, this doesn't work on her. Or on Liaison. That's a good option. I could do that. I'm so pissed. Ray Frost. Nah, Scorching Ray, this fucking guy, whatever. Never mind, your path's interrupted. Fuck. Oh my god, you actually can't do anything from this position. Should I just have you Misty Step somewhere better? You can't even Misty Step. No, but you have invisibility. Why? Wait, but you can reach this guy now? You can reach this guy. No, this is Lae'zel. Don't fucking hit Lae'zel. Yeah, Scorching Ray this guy. Wow, you fucking missed. You're trying to cast Misty Step. No. Reckless. Oh. Oh shit. Where are you jumping? Still confused? Oh my god, please don't hit me. Oh my god, you suck. Oh my god, you suck. Oh my god, are you fucking serious? You're confused and you still came over here and beat the shit out of me. Oh, wow, that's awful. This bitch broke out of the fucking whole person. Of course you did.
Where do I go from here?
Where do you go from here?
I don't fancy their chances.
Moving provokes attack of opportunity. I can have you Dimension Door. Do you want a Dimension Door? Or I could have you hold person this guy. Fairy Fire is also a good move. Fairy Fire is also very good. Can I have you do Blur? Invisibility? You've got a lot of options, Gale. You have like the most options. Oh my god, you know what would be awesome? Nah. How much health do you have? 73. 73 health. Wow. Oh, you're like an asshole. Hold person. Lamau.
Fuck yes.
Attack! Attack! Attack again! Jesus.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Lae'zel. Kill! Kill! Kill. Damn, you do a lot of damage.
Time to push my luck again.
What can I throw at this guy that'll hurt him? But like a lot. I could throw a potion of sleep. Oh, that's really funny actually. Oh no, I already used my action. Never mind, I can't do shit. I'm just gonna have him stand in front.
One day I'll catch a break.
This is good. This is not bad. We're doing very well. What are you, misty stepping? Over there? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't leave. What are you, stupid? Lamau. Oh god, I love counterspell. Oh, it's so good. He's held. Karlach fight. Karlach kill. Karlach destroy. Oh, that's not bad damage, but I feel like you could do better damage. Now that I've been spoiled I've been spoiled with Lae'zel damage. I just crave Lae'zel damage now. Off of Karlach, but I feel like I shouldn't be expecting that off of her. Oh yeah, just beat the shit out of this guy.
Tempest I will raise.
Wounding Ray. Could have him do Thunder Wave, could have him do... You don't really have a lot of damage things, do you? A damage ability. A damage ability. 20... Is 20... Is really 20 your highest? We've got... yeah, I think 20 is your highest. Me oh my oh me. Oh, that's... I'm gonna hear that. I'm gonna hear this in my sleep. And it's gonna drive me insane. 48. Can I fireball without hitting Lou? It's actually driving me nuts. I can fireball without hitting Lou. Do it. Alright. Lae'zel Q! Sure. Hunter's mark this bitch. Oh boy. Whoa. Oh great, this asshole's back. 70, 42, 27. I should kill this guy. This would depend. What can Lou do? What can Lou do? I shouldn't expect you to do damage. Especially when you're holding the lamp. Alright. Karlach.
Cry about it.
Oh, thank God.
Find a route.
Never a dull moment.
you could get in there. Alternative would be... Frighten an enemy, they'll have disadvantage on attack roll and ability checks on attack rolls. Yes. He saved. Never mind. Never mind. Move, Lou. You're at a level 3 spell slots. What can you do at level 2? Hold person! Lamau! Who's next? This one? No, hold person, this motherfucker. This guy sucks. So does this one. Form of Dread. What else do you have? I could have you Fairy Fire. That's not bad. That's definitely not bad. Fairy Fire or hold person? Me oh my oh me. It's driving me insane. It's driving me insane. Thank you. Me oh my oh me. I shouldn't Fairy Fire because Lae'zel doesn't have her weapon. I should hold person. Me oh my oh me. Me oh my oh me. Actually, stay back there. Me oh my oh me. Me oh my oh me. Me oh my oh me. Basic footwork. Me oh my oh me. Multiple targets. Protection. Wow. Me oh my oh me. Me oh my oh me. Where's Karlach? Beat the shit. Beat the shit out of him. Beat the shit out of him. Oh my god. Hold person is such a great spell. Because now Lou can kill. I said Lou can kill. There we go. Lou can kill. There goes Lou. Killing. What can you do? Yo, hold person this bitch again. Oh, that's so funny. The fight's so over. Oh, the fight is so over.
I am death.
Damn, 34. Oh my god. Let's fucking go. That was awesome. Yo, Gale fucking rocks. Oh my god, shut the fuck up. Please, you're driving. Oh, I'm gonna say a bad word. That was awesome. Damn.
You help me, set me free. Me oh my oh me. Me oh my oh me. Won't you help me? Set me free. Me oh my, oh my, oh me. Won't you help me? Set me free. Oh, help! Help!
Alright, sorry about that. What is this? Arrow of many targets. Oh my god, so much loot. So much loot. He is a wizard after all. And he's not just a wizard, he's our wizard.
Won't you help me? Set me free.
Damn, this is about to fetch me a pretty penny. Alright. If Vin Diesel has taught me anything, it's this family. I'm glad Vin Diesel has taught you well.
Set me free.
That was a great performance by Gale. It just came at the cost of all of his like high level spell slots. Like my dude is now kind of useless, but that's okay. We could swap him out for someone else. What is this? You can cast Mage Hand as a bonus action. I get telekinesis for free. That's kind of cool. What's your gloves? Hail of Thorns. I might actually swap that. I might actually give that to Gale.
Won't you help me? Set me.
Oh, for fuck's sake, shut up. I wish I could like engage with the lantern and just punch it. I want to punch the lantern so fucking bad. Just get her to shut the hell up. What's my inventory looking like? All right. We have to rest. I mean, this is our last short rest.
Get going.
What is over here? Oh. Oh. I'm guessing this is the army of Moonrise Towers. Dude, it's fucking, what's that place in Lord of the Rings called? It's fucking Isengard over here. Holy shit. Alright, well, fucking next time on Baldur's Gate, Isengard. Oh no, there's still shit over there. Road to Baldur's Gate. Oh no, this is Moonrise Towers. That's probably then they have the army on a separate on the road to Baldur's Gate then. That's crazy. Yeah, then okay, so I'm not going over there. Next time on Baldur's Gate, Moonrise Towers, fucking finally. And then after Moonrise Towers, see what's going on in Isengard. They've taken the hobbits to Isengard. They have. They've taken the hobbits to Isengard. Isengard. They're taking the hobbits to Isengard. Oh, but first let me finish up what's going on over here. Oh my god, I'm putting this away.
Not as long as we can put up a fight, we're not. Good man.
Oh my god, shut up, Damon.
There you are. I was wondering where you'd run off to. Well, two things. Good news and bad news.
Give us the good news.
I only need one more piece of infernal iron to
Nope.
craft an insulating chamber that can make it possible for Karlach to...
Touch people.
Exactly.
Oh my god. It's really happening. It's been so long. We've got the iron. Let's do this thing.
Hang on. I think you'll want to hear the bad news too.
Yeah, sure. But first, fix me. Please.
Let's hear him out. I want to know. Let's hear him out. All right. What's the bad news?
Fine. Well, go on then.
I don't enjoy saying this, Karlach, but there's no two ways about it. Your engine is going to blow and I can't fix it. I'm not sure anyone can. It's simply too hot to exist here in the material plane. Unless you return to Avernus for good, this thing is going to blow. Sooner rather than later.
But still, you can give me something that'll let me touch again, right? Safely.
Yes, but...
That's all I need to know. Do it. Please.
Okay. All right. Okay. All right, give him the iron.
Well, all right. This shouldn't take long.
Yepers, it was gonna. Yeah, it sounds like it's gonna explode regardless.
Same as last time. You'll need to install it yourself. This should do the trick.
Six bangs this time. It's sophisticated.
So did it work?
Only one way to find out.
Pull her into a hug.
Thank you. I can't believe it. Thank you, Dallon. Thank you so much.
It's the least I could do. Before you go, there's something I need to tell you. That engine of yours, it's contained for the moment, but it's just too hot to exist here in the material plane indefinitely. I know you know that, but the thing is, there's a cure. I wasn't making any headway with the mechanics, none at all. The environment here is just too cold to sustain metals like the ones inside you. You have to return to Avernus. For good. Or this thing is going to burn you up from the inside out. And sooner than you think.
The minute I set foot back in Avernus, Zarya will force me back into service. I'm not doing her bidding again. I'd rather die.
I get that, but don't rule it out. The world just might be better with you in it. Even in Avernus. I won't stop trying to figure out a cure, but... at this point, I think we all have to face the inevitable.
First things first, Karlach. You have touchback. We ought to celebrate that. I want to say this, but at the same time, I do want to be sensible and be like, thank you, you know? This one's also good. We'll have to make the inevitable evitable then. These are all very good. All very good options. Is there a chance to rip the whole thing out, cast Greater Restoration, and then revive her because it'll probably kill her? No, because that's literally her heart. We'll have to make the inevitable evitable then.
You read my mind. Thanks, Damon. Really. You've given me more than I could ever repay.
It's been my pleasure. Good luck, both of you. Look after yourself, all right?
Woo!
This is the best day. The best day.
Another 10-hour stream, I see. Yes, it is. I'm about to wrap up though. I'm gonna finish up this with Karlach, and then I'm gonna call it there. Yeah, but like she may be dead for a bit, but Greater Restoration, that's not how that works. I'm so happy for you, Karlach.
I'm so happy for me too. Now I just need to find someone to cuddle up to tonight, and I'll be the happiest woman on the Sword Coast.
Anyone in mind?
I'm not sure. Depends who's got me in mind. Withers was giving me the old eye the other night.
Ew.
Then again, maybe it was just an old eye.
Get it, Lou. It's not an option. I mean, I would. About what Damon said about your engine, we need to get you back to Avernus or it's gonna blow.
Listen, I'm never going back. If you said I could die right now or live 1,000 years in the Hells, I'd choose to go out now with my freedom intact. I don't expect anyone to understand that.
No, I understand.
But I've been dealt a hand most people don't have to contemplate playing.
But I want you to live.
I want to live too, but not under any circumstances. I have the power to choose now. And I'm going to make that choice. Myself. But I don't want to talk about this now. I've been given a huge gift. I can touch the people I love for the first time in a decade. And for the first time in a decade, there are people I care about all around me.
Thank you.
Let me enjoy that. Please.
Okay. Damn, long stream, but we're finishing up. Alright, Karlach, alright. I'll leave it alone for now.
Thanks, soldier. I just want to celebrate this. At least for a little.
Lae'zel, anything to say?
Death is soon to take Karlach. She should make every moment as rich as the last. Fight viciously, roar loudly, step boldly. She must make herself known.
She's standing right here. Gale?
I know well the pain of seeing your life's hourglass running empty.
Thank you for the bit.
Grasping at any means of slowing the grains as they slip inexorably through your fingers. Karlach's fate may be ordained, but her actions are not. She will make each breath count. You can be sure of that.
I like you, Gale. I actually really like what Lae'zel says right there. It shows her true character a lot. I agree. Hmm. All right. Let's go back to camp. We Oh my god, shut the fuck. Actually, shut up. Can I unequip? Oh, Jesus Christ. Did you get the option to hug Karlach? I did, and I hugged her. I gave her a big hug. We need to long rest. I bet she stopped saying it if you set her free. I'm not setting her free. Alright. We're gonna save here. Actually, I wanna see something. This is just out of pure curiosity. What if I go to Lae'zel,
Speak
right?
your mind. I'm listening.
I'm ending our little fling, if one can call it that.
One couldn't, and one shouldn't. Do as you like. The loss is not so much mine as yours.
No more sex, got it. Okay, that's really funny. Yeah, she's pretty annoying. Probably deserves that. Guys, I'm about to introduce a crazy concept to the group. It's called polyamory. Because I didn't romance anyone by this point. Wither straight up called me a loser. That's fucking hilarious. Withers made a comment to me earlier about like how it's good that I'm getting laid, but I shouldn't like focus so much about it. Something along those lines. Can I actually have sex with more than one person? Or am I, or if I have sex with one person, am I like locked in basically for that person? How what's the word? How monogamous are the rules here? Polyamory is possible, but there's a certain way to do it. Monogamally bound for life. Yes, fuck all the squids. I would, trust me. Can I? How do I do polyamory? But for fun, I'm gonna say no more sex.
You made it abundantly clear.
Okay. Now I'm gonna load back because I don't actually want to do that. Wait, does that actually change anything? Can I have sex with Karlach now?
Hey, soldier.
Get your second upgrade. How's it feel?
Like I got something back. Something I've wanted for a really long time. When I touched you, I felt like a real person. My heart was racing, but I didn't hurt you. I don't have to be afraid of myself anymore. I don't have to hold back. Not sure the world's ready for unleashed Karlach, but it's getting it anyway. Thanks to Dammon. Thanks to you. Thanks to fate.
What do you do with your newfound freedom?
Touch! Touch everything!
Yeah!
Touch everyone that'll let me. Shake hands, dance a waltz, maybe even kiss a face or two if I find a good candidate. The world's my funhouse.
I love that attitude. Very glad you got what you wanted.
Me too, soldier. Gods, me too. For every knock we take, I feel like I get a little treat just to keep me going.
Nice. I'm not gonna stress about her on that. Alright, I'm gonna load back to where I was. Alright, now I'm ending stream. Oh god, my facial tracking stopped working because my room is so dark because the sun went down. You can't see my face. Oh, I'm so still. All right, there we go. All right, yeah, I'm all right. I'm wrapping up now. Thank you to everyone who joined up for. Oh my god, I'm actually gonna have an aneurysm. Please give me a torch. Oh, thank God. Holy shit. What even happens? Can you set her free? I can, but I need her. Oh my God. I want 2 seconds. 2 seconds without hearing your fucking voice. Fucking hell. Alright, everyone. Thank you so much for the stream. It's been real. It's been good. It's been chill. Thank you, Left, for the raid in the beginning. And thank you guys for sticking around with me. I really appreciate it. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. You guys are cool. Come hang out in my Discord. Come chat me up. I want to chat with you guys. I like you guys. I'm very bad at initiating conversation, but I'm trying my best. I would like to socially integrate. This is me socially integrating myself. Alright. What else? Okay, yeah. Gotta find someone to raid. Someone to raid. Someone to raid. Let's see who we've got here. We've got quite a number of folks. And by quite a number of folks, Oh, Cure is on. Cure is streaming. Look at that. Thank you guys for the pets and the rainbow. Thanks for the stream and thanks for lying and saying I'm cool. It means a lot that you do that for my self-esteem. You're cool. You are cool. Well, it makes the head pats rainbow also. It does. Ah, I've been killed. No problem. We love lying. I have points in deception for a reason. And Rainbow Anvil. Rainbow Anvil. Rainbow Anvil. Alright, I'm gonna raid Cure, who is playing Fortnite. I sure do like Fortnite. I do actually. But Cure is a good friend. Good friend of the show. Alright. How do I spell? That's how I spell. That's the KH. Can I just do following? Yeah, sort by following. There we go. Is there a raid message? Is there a raid message? Let's do... You spell by gathering mana and channeling into a magic pattern. You're adorable. Alright, raid messages. Roll a d20. Cause we're Dungeons and Dragons nerds. I didn't even start the raid. Alright, but bam. Now I'm starting the raid. Thank you, everyone. It's been good. I'll be back. I'll be back for more Baldur's Gate. All right, everyone. Goodbye. Goodbye. Oh, let me go to the ending screen here. Goodbye. 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 Love you. Bye-bye.